Right, folks, we're gonna give it just another minute for our live stream to pick up and we will get going shortly. All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Mel Barnes. I'm Chief Legal Counsel to Governor Evers and the chair of his Pardon Advisory Board. I'm going to introduce my fellow board members and then go through a little bit of housekeeping about how this morning's hearing will work, and then we'll get started hearing from all of you. So today I'd like to introduce my two fellow board members who are with us today. First is Cindy O'Donnell, who served as the Deputy Secretary for the Department of Corrections under Governors Thompson, McCallum, and Doyle. She also served as a division administrator under Attorneys General Lautenschlager and Van Hollen. And we have board member Officer Jennifer Lewis, who is an officer with the Madison Police Department. She holds a master's in social work from the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee and a degree in counseling. Officer Lewis previously worked providing frontline response for the Rape Crisis Center. We are going to go through just a little bit about how today's hearing will work before we dive in. So first, please keep in mind today's hearing is being live streamed via Wisconsin Eye and YouTube. So for that reason, we'll ask you to keep your cameras off and your self muted until it is your turn to be heard by the board. That way we can focus on the person presenting. If you do run into any IT issues with the Zoom, don't worry. Someone from staff will give you a call. We'll help you troubleshoot, and if it means we need to come back to you because Zoom isn't cooperating, we can certainly do that. Otherwise, we're going to call on folks in the order listed in the agenda and open meeting notice. Each applicant will have about 5 minutes total to share your story with the board. We're going to ask you to spend the first 3 of those minutes speaking to the questions that we sent you in advance of today's hearing. So as a reminder, those are to first, please give us a summary of the offense you're seeking a pardon for and how your sentence went. We're not here to retry the crime. You don't need to minimize your involvement. We just want to hear from you in your own words what happened. Second, to give us a brief summary of what you've done since the completion of your sentence. Employment, community involvement, essentially where you're at now and how your life is different than the time of your offense. And third, a brief statement about why you're seeking a pardon and why you think the governor should grant you one. Once you've spent about 3 minutes speaking to those questions, we'll open it up to any follow-up questions the board may have for you. Don't read too much into it either way. If we do or don't have questions, keep in mind we've spent quite a bit of time with your application materials at this point, and as you know, those are quite thorough. But if we do have questions, we want to make sure we get them answered so we can make a thoughtful recommendation to the governor. Once you're done answering any additional questions we have for you, you're welcome to sign off and leave the hearing. And then once everyone's been heard, the board will meet in closed session and decide whether or not to recommend your application to the governor for a pardon. You need majority support of board members present in order for your application to be forwarded to Governor Evers, and he will then make the final decision about whether or not to grant you a pardon. And either way, you'll hear about the outcome of today's hearing about 1 to 2 months from today. So we know you've been patient just to get here. We thank you for bearing with us a little bit longer just so we can get those recommendations to the governor. So with that, we'll go ahead and get started with our first morning session. Up first, we have Mr. Eric May. Mr. May, I believe I see you in the Zoom. If you're able to unmute and start your video, we're ready to hear from you.
Oh, can you hear me now?
We can hear you. Yes, we
Okay.
can't see you quite yet.
Oh, okay. Do I need to do anything else so you can see me, or?
Yeah, there should be a start video button. We can try prompting you and see if that helps.
Let's see. The host asked you to start. Let's see. All right. There we go. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for inviting me and allowing me to be here today. It is definitely I'm overwhelmed with emotion right now. So, but I'm full of gratitude. I'm full of gratitude. So, as far as the reason I'm seeking a pardon, the crime that was committed in 1999, right? Okay, so it was I was a teenager, and I was involved in the streets and doing things in which I shouldn't have been doing. But it is definitely was a reflection of my upbringing, and it was something that I thought at the time was really the only way, to be honest. I grew up in not a two-parent household. My stepfather, who my mom was married to, but had two kids by, he was the breadwinner of the family. And the things that I seen as a child and how things was orientated in our household, I just thought that was the life. That was something that I followed. But as I got older and seen differently from my experiences, it allowed me to understand life from a different perspective. That night, I can remember it. I can remember it vividly. I was out there. It was I can't remember what time it was, but it was some guys on the corner gambling. And when I saw the police come from around the corner, everybody broke out and ran. And I also ran. And when they did catch up to me, I put my fist through my mom's front door. I was trying to get in the house, trying to get away. And by that time, I had been maced. I had been hit with the nightstick, and I was being pulled off the porch. I can't remember if it was 3 officers or just 2 officers at the time. But at the time, I know I was a little belligerent. I can remember. I mean, I was maced, so I couldn't breathe. I couldn't see. It was a lot going on at the time. My adrenaline was going, and things took place. It's nothing else to say about that night besides, I'm truly, truly aware, and I am regretful for, the decision I made. Now that I know better, because I have allowed myself to see life from a different perspective. I did 16 months for that, and when I got out, I met an individual who took me under his wing and showed me a different lifestyle. That lifestyle is a reflection of my life today. I'm an owner of E-Improvement Corp. I do home improvement. I've been doing it now for the last 25 years. Not just with my own company, but I've been doing it, under other people. My relationships has changed. My perspective has changed on life. I'm a minister at Northside Church of God. I do a lot of mentoring there. I actually a lot of my letters came from individuals that are in law enforcement right now. I actually mentor a couple guys that are police officers, and one's a detective, one is a sheriff, and that's just been it's been a roller coaster. It's been a roller coaster ride for me. It's been very emotional, but exciting at the same time. It's been a journey. My life has not been perfect, but it's been a journey, and I'm grateful for it. I mean, it has groomed me to be who I am today. I've been married 27 years. I raised all my children. All my children is graduated. Except my youngest, she's a sophomore right now. My wife was able to go back and get her high school diploma. She got her associate's degree in early childhood, and the things are just beautiful. I mean, I just can't thank God more right now for my life and where I'm at with it. I had an individual that wanted to be here. He couldn't. He had a procedure today. I don't know if that was even appropriate or not, but his wife was she was the assistant regional chief of parolees, and he was my parole officer. His name was Bill. His name was William Swartzen, but we call him Bill. And me and Bill has been really good friends, and he really wanted to be here, but he had to have a procedure. He had problems with his bladder. He's up in age now, but me and Bill, we are, just those type of relationships has molded me to be who I am today. I really don't elaborate on the past unless I'm trying to share my testimony to try to uplift somebody, to try to get somebody to see that you don't have to allow those things to be. But I try to just focus on the forward going, and that's why I've been in for the last 27 years of my life. I've been moving forward. I poured so much of myself, into other people, into giving them, the best of me. And the reason I'm seeking this pardon right now is because I just believe that it is a reflection of my work that I've been doing. I mean, from what I've done and where I'm at right now in my life, I just feel like, I really want to move forward. And with me doing home improvement, to be honest with you, I spoke with my wife and I was just telling her, I said, um, I really want to go into social work. I really want to try to help. I said, but I know with this on me, it's a restriction to the license in which I can hold. So I really want to try to do this and get this done because I got so much more to offer. I've been denied the opportunity to go back into the prison systems and to give my, my views on life to help the younger people. But I just
Thank you,
think,
Mr. Mann.
yeah.
Thank you. I just want to open up to other questions from the board.
Okay.
Board members? Cindy.
Good morning, Mr. May.
Good morning.
So you spent a little bit of time talking about what happened to you during the incident. You were maced and you were hit with a baton and you were dragged up the porch, but you didn't talk about your actions other than to say things took place. But actually you kicked the officers, you spit at the officers, you bit the officers. Can you talk about the impact on law enforcement responding to an event like that and being treated this way?
I really, really believe that nobody should be treated that way, first and foremost. Nobody. Law enforcement, nobody. But in the events that took place that night, I really cannot remember being, that physical, except for, like I said, I was maced. I had been running. When they pulled me off the porch, all that may have took place. All that could have took place. I did not, because I was grabbed, I did not physically grab nobody. I was probably having my head pushed down. It was a lot going on. I cannot say I didn't bite nobody. I cannot say I didn't kick nobody. I cannot say I was spitting because I was maced. All that could have took place. And if I was able to recap every moment from that day and be able to sit with that individual, I would be so apologetic. I mean, it's not nothing that I would want for anybody to go through. Like I say, a lot of my friends today are law enforcement, and I would want now one of them to have to go through nothing like that, and now one of them to have to experience that.
Well, I think we can agree if you had cooperated and not fled,
Right.
none of that would have happened, right? So there's a lesson there. I have a second question for you. There was a shooting incident November 13th, 2025 that you were under review for. What was your role in that?
Oh, my home was shot at. My home, me and my wife was sitting in my home, and we was having dinner. And we hear gunshots. So all of us, you in this community, you used to hearing gunshots. So I asked my wife, I said, "Did you hear that?" And she said, "Yeah." And then we continued to eat, and next thing we know, we heard poop, 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 pop, and then some came through the wall, and we just hit the floor. So it had absolutely nothing to do with me, but it had everything to do with my son's girlfriend, and they were going back and forth about some stuff, and that was that. I mean, I wasn't even aware of the situation until the shooting actually happened. My wife had told me that my son and her was on the phone, and that he had was telling her about what was going on, but nobody had made me aware of it at all. I had no clue of what was going on.
Your son lives with you?
No, my son didn't even live here.
Doesn't even live with you.
And that's the most horrible. I'm like, I don't even understand why they would even target our home. But I guess
Did you report it to law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Have you been interviewed about this?
Yes.
Okay.
Law enforcement came. They was interviewing us. I was very cooperative with them. Even the next day when the girl was calling, making idle threats, and had to take me, my wife, and my daughter. We had to leave our own home for about 2 weeks, and until they got this stuff situated. And then after that, we were still getting threat phone calls. She was still threatening to shoot up the house again and do this, all to get back at my son. Which I told him, listen, you have to figure this out. And this has nothing to do with me, and I don't know what in the world is going on. And I was totally in the dark when that happened, but totally disrupted though. And to be honest with you, I'm still seeking my peace behind that.
Yeah.
I'm
I'm
still
sorry that
seeking my peace
happened
behind
to you
it.
and your wife.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions from the board? Mr. Mayor, just one from me. I see that we did receive support for your application from the district attorney's office. So I wanted to make sure that you received that in the mail as well.
Mel, I think there's a correction on that if you look at the form.
Oh, I'm sorry. I take that back, Mr. May.
Yeah.
Oh.
All right, any other questions from the board? All right, thank you, Mr. May. That covers it for us, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Jeremiah Plansky. Mr. Plansky.
Hello, how are you doing?
Hello, we can hear you. We cannot yet see you.
All right.
Mr. Plansky, we're gonna try prompting you to turn on your video because we cannot see you yet.
Oh, there it is. All right, how about now?
There we are. Go right ahead.
All right, everybody, thank you. This has been about 25 years coming here. I want to apologize that I'm even in front of you. I did something that was reprehensible 25 years ago that I just want to thank you for taking the time out of your day to hear what I have to say today. First and foremost, I'd also want to apologize to the people that, the gals that were involved that night, the officers that responded. Because I know with daughters of my own now, what kind of fear I probably put into them that night. Getting on to everything, the week before this fire started, I started the fire. My best friend passed away in an automobile accident. I was in college, and from hometown gal that I previously dated, I was trying to give her a ride back to the funeral procession, and I had dated her previously, but she kind of was not talking to me at all. And like the last person in the room, I just didn't realize where our connection was at the time. Lo and behold, one night I was walking before this funeral was going to happen, walking to a tavern in Oshkosh. And for some reason, I just happened to walk into meet her on this sidewalk. She was going one place, I was going another. There was a verbal altercation where it kind of broke me as a human being. Like I said, it was the last person in the room to know that things were over between us, but she really let me know that night, and it broke me as a human being. I later on went back to the house she was at, and I didn't realize it at the time because believe it was early in the morning. I started a fire with cardboard next to a house. I thought it was, I don't know what I was thinking. Thankfully, nothing got too damaged. No one was injured. But I was given a Class E felony. Thankfully, that's all I received. It was Class E felony, arson of a building. I had a 6-year state sentence. With that, I was supposed to do 5 years probation, which I ended up completing in 4 because of good behavior. I had 100 hours of community service that I also was done in 4 years, and I actually did more at the Boys and Girls Club of Oshkosh. I finished the AODA class that they recommended I go to. All the fines and restitutions, the siding of the house for the gentleman that house that burned down. It didn't burn down. It just melted some of the siding, but there was potential for it to burn down. I also wrote an apology letter, but to this day, I've never spoken with the victims that I can recall because I was given a where I couldn't see them there. All that was done within 4 years. And I worked well with my probation. And I knew that wasn't the end of my life where I thought it was that night of. From there, after my probation was over, I was talking with my probation officer, and I got into the trucking program at Fox Valley Technical College. On my first day of completion of the 10-week program, I was already on my first trip with my first company that night to Cadillac, Michigan, and through a snowstorm. I've had 3 trucking jobs in 16 years, which is kind of unique, which is good. Every job I try to improve pay. I try to improve, the equipment. After that 16 years of working in a trucking job has got me into my current position where I've been there almost 7 years at Imperial Supplies in Green Bay. We're a Grainger-owned company, and I'm in the technical support group, which I get to help hundreds of sales reps find answers to their sales needs, especially with trucking, such as lights and nuts and bolts and everything around a semi. Over that 16 years has, and then the 7 years working here at Imperial, I've also done other things such as I was on the Wisconsin Giant Pumpkin Growers Committee. That's a great group that try to grow giant pumpkins. I've also been on with that. I've been a site manager here in Green Bay, which we actually work with I worked with On Broadway, which is a nonprofit here in downtown Green Bay, which actually held a site there for hundreds of people, thousands of people to come to in the fall festivals, where we do an actual weigh off of these giant pumpkins. And I was a site manager for 3 years, working closely with the community and On Broadway, which has also led me to work with the Packers. I get to supply the Packers every year at Titletown District with their thousands of pumpkins, which is an amazing time to see all these kids with smiles on their face carving pumpkins. I've also got to deal with O'Connell River Bowman. I was on their board. We get to help children learn everything, the starting aspects of archery. Some of the other things I've got to do is community service work, is Toys for Tots here with my company. I get to fill backpacks for the local schools for the kids. I've also got to run a thing that we donated back to the Pink Heels when my father passed away from pancreatic cancer. We got to hold a memorial archery shoot for my dad, and in return, we gave the money to the Maribel Sportsman's Club, which added on an archery range, and also we gave money to the Pink Heels Club in the Manitowoc County. I'm an Uber dad to 3 amazing kids. Well, 1 for now. 2 are graduating seniors this year. I got to do some amazing fundraising for my daughters so they could go to the Rose Bowl parade.
Plansky, I don't want to cut you off, but I do want to make sure that we get to questions. Could you just tell us briefly why you're seeking a pardon, how it would change your life?
Yeah, perfect. Sorry for that. I'm a huge outdoorsman. Without going saying, I'm a huge archery outdoorsman. I work with a company called Bucket Ready. I've had to leave places. I've had to change what I do because of that, because I can't be around certain gun aspects. I also am a huge into the community I live in, Little Swamico up here, and I would love to start running for like a zoning commission or the town chairman role. I'm into that age where my kids are graduating, they're getting older. I have a little bit more time in my life, and I'd like to get back to my community a little bit more in that direction.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, board members, questions for Mr. Plansky. Officer Lewis.
Good morning.
Morning.
So you talked about being an avid outdoorsman, wanting to be able to hunt, right? I assume is part of that. And hunter safety courses. You talked about that in your application materials as well.
Yes, sir.
How old are your children?
So my daughters are twins. They're 18, and my son's a freshman. It was really weird. When this all happened, my dad was supposed to help my son do his archery stuff and guns, but he ended up passing away 10 years ago. And I went to him for his hunter safety. I was never close to any of the guns, but I've had to jump through major hoops trying to not take away his Second Amendment rights. There's friends and family that's really stepped up, and I appreciate their role in my life. I would never thought this 25 years ago when I did this, the ripple effects that with me and my son, I can't even, he's a football player in Pulaski High School. Ever since he was in middle school, he's been on the football team, and I was on a chain gang. This next year, he's going to be a sophomore. It's a paid position where I'm not going to be able to do it because of my felony. And it's really figuring out the ripple effect of one stone 25 years ago. Yeah,
well, and the ripple effect for the victims.
You're absolutely right.
And I'm gonna touch on that in a minute. So in your Facebook profile picture, there's a photo of, I'm assuming that's your son with a deer and a firearm. Who took that picture?
I did.
Okay.
I'm not gonna lie. I had my friends bring the gun. It's stored at their house. It's not even close. I walked up, took a picture, and yeah.
Okay. All right. Because you understand, right, that felon in possession of a firearm.
I tried to be very far away from it. I wasn't. Okay. I didn't. Okay. I understand.
Were you I'm going to switch gears a little bit. Were you a student at UWO at the time of the incident?
Fox Valley Technical College. I was going to school for police science.
Go ahead.
I understand how terrible this looks. I almost committed suicide that night, but the only reason that stopped me was taking the gun out of my mouth was I didn't want my two friends that walked in the door to be the first ones to find me and clean up after me.
Yeah, I truly can understand that you had a lot of personal things going on at that time, right? And when we're that age, it's hard to manage, it's hard to regulate all of those things that are going on in your life. And you add, deaths of friends and things to that, puts you at a crossroads of how you're going to cope, right?
Right.
The reason I ask if you were a student at UW, when you were issued that restraining order, was there were you saying that it would be that restraining order being in place would make it difficult for you to be on campus at UW Oshkosh?
Oh, no, because we lived off camp. I mean, I lived for like 2 or 3 blocks from where this happened. I had a personal restraining order, and I did see her a couple times. I was working as a bouncer in a tavern there, or and I ended up leaving. She was sitting down with her one of the people that she's, and
'Cause
I
it's
ended up getting up and leaving. And then I basically had to quit my schooling and start over for life, basically a new chapter.
right. I mean, I can understand that, but also the victims, however many years later, 25 years later, are also still dealing with the ripple
I absolutely
effects of
agree.
this. This was a really serious incident of domestic violence that could have resulted in serious loss of property and also loss of life for
Absolutely.
multiple people. And I didn't really hear you talk about that too much.
I apologize. I have a list of like 100 things here I wanted to cover, and to this day, I wake up in the morning and I look at myself in my mirror when I brush myself, and I have tears. I understand. My twin daughters are 18. To know the fact of what I did could happen to them is, I can't say sorry enough. And I've tried to do as much as good stuff as I can because she deserves it. The ladies deserve like me being a good person. You guys deserve me being what I did then. There's never.
Have you reached out at any point over the years to attempt to make amends to either of the women that were victimized?
I would have loved to, but I didn't want to stir up the pain that I caused. When I found out that this meeting was going on, I sent a message via. I try not to snoop. I didn't. I tried to write a letter to the gal that starts with her initials T. I think it's still her husband, or that's from that night that she ended up dating, and I think she married. I sent him a message just to let him know that I'm going through this process, and I'm still to this day absolutely just terrified
So
that I did that.
your intent behind writing to the victim's husband was to make the
Just
her
aware.
and the family aware that you were applying for a pardon.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
I know our families are from the same hometown, but I've never crossed paths. I would love to. I've thought about this day, that what I would say to her as a grown adult. Back then, I was a scared young man and I lashed out. And there's just no going back after you've done it. But I've tried to do everything to prove to you guys and her that I wasn't a threat. It was just more of a reaction and a meltdown of one individual night. And
Have you had any sort of counseling or therapy or anything since the crime took place?
I did initially seek out to a bunch of the people that, because I was going to school for, but I reached out to, when my kids were going through catechism classes, I reached out to the local, our priest within there at the church, and we've had some good conversations, and it's helped me. I relied on my family. I wasn't a bad kid. I just made it just an absolute horrible decision in life, and I really try to show what I've done in life to give them that, knowing that I'm not the person I was for that split of moment.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Plansky. That's all I have for right now.
Appreciate those questions. I know they're tough, and I know it.
Go ahead, Cindy.
Good morning, Mr. Plansky. You were reciting all your volunteer work, and I appreciate, the chair giving us a chance to ask you some questions. I can assure you, you've put in a very thorough application, and we've reviewed it. And I commend you on all the volunteer service you've done, and we're aware of it. So I just want you to know we see that. We see what you've tried to do with your life. You also, submitted 36 letters of support, which is bravo, because some people don't submit any, and I kind of take them to task for that, because applicants are trying to have us see who they are today, right? Not who they were back
Yeah.
then. But one of the things that I want to ask you about your letters of support, because it struck me as a little odd, and I just want to put it to you.
Yeah.
A couple of the letters reference you setting fire to a dumpster or a garbage can,
Right.
is that because that's what you conveyed to them the crime was? Because actually you set fire next to a gas meter that could have exploded the house, right? I mean, and as Officer Lewis said, could have resulted in loss of life. So why did your letter writers think that it was sort of more innocuous than that?
I honestly, I grabbed what the cardboard was from, like, I guess it was all right there. I really didn't realize that I wasn't trying to minimize to the people that have wrote me letters. But I think how I explained it is, like, I took from the dumpster and started a fire. And
Okay.
maybe it's just how I explained it wrong. But I do know I could have died if there was a leak
Right.
there. Those
Right.
houses in
Just
Oshkosh.
to be clear, it wasn't all the letters, just to be clear, but there were a few of them, and it was a theme, and it kind of caught my eye. Like, wait, why did they think it happened this way?
Uh-huh. No, I think it's just maybe how I could have explained it. I could have explained it different, but people do know how terrible what I did was.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to downplay where the fire was or anything. I think that's just how it was, how I explained it, and they took it. So,
Okay, I
on
appreciate
some
that.
of those letters, I didn't even look at them. I just put them right into the mail or with my envelope. So a lot of them I didn't even get to read. So
Okay, well, thank you.
I thank you for your time.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Plansky. Appreciate it, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you, board. I appreciate you. And one thing I do want to say, if she is listening, I still am truly sorry, and I hope she hasn't felt the pain I have over the last 25 years of waking up in the morning knowing I'm a felon, and from that night. So,
Thank you, Mr. Plansky.
bye.
Next up, we have Jason Powell. Mr. Powell.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Powell.
Hi. Are you ready for me?
Go right ahead. Yes,
I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous.
that's okay. Take
Right,
your time.
first of all, I'd like to thank everybody for taking the time to meet with me and give me a chance to maybe change the future. I sincerely thank you all for that. My offenses, when I was 17 years old, I was a party to crimes of burglary and theft of property in the Langley and Shawano County areas. We were a bunch of dumb kids. We broke into cottages, garages, siphoned gas out of vehicles. As I did in my pardon, I got a lot more in there, but my sentence was I received 6 months jail time, 5 years probation with restitution. I completed my jail time with work release and 5 years probation and paid all restitution upon release of probation. Since then, I've been gainfully employed. Since then, I was a volunteer fire and rescue department for several years. I started a construction business, built my home, became a father of 3 and a grandfather of 3. That's probably one of my greatest accomplishments. I believe I became an adult since then and a productive member of society. Why I feel I should receive a pardon? the length of time since these crimes. And I could possibly go back to the fire department and finish my EMT and firefighter training. To further along my construction business, so my family doesn't have to suffer for my actions as a child, as a young adult. I have learned from my past mistakes and I've tried to better myself every day since.
Thank you, Mr. Powell.
Thank you.
We'll open up to questions from the board. Board members? Officer Lewis.
Good morning.
Good morning. Hi.
Looking at your results that came back to us, was there an incident in 2007?
Yes, it was.
Okay.
With my ex-wife and 3 other people.
Okay. I don't recall that incident being addressed or disclosed on your application materials. Is that correct?
Yes, it was. It was.
Okay.
I received a disorder. I pled disorderly conduct
Okay.
to the charges.
Let me
I
just.
took full responsibility for it. I've made amends with my ex.
Okay. Yep. I see it.
For
Okay.
me
So that's what
and-
I was hoping you could talk a little bit more to give us a bit more context about what that was. So it was an incident of domestic violence, and you pled it down, or it was?
It was disorderly and sexual assault. Is
Okay.
what the sexual assault never happened. It was misconstrued. Disorderly conduct. Yeah, we were arguing. She had come to my house. She was supposed to pick up the child earlier. She'd come to my house. It was about midnight. She was upset with me because I had romantic interest. With our relationship, we were together longer after we got divorced than when we were married. We can't say we didn't try to stay together. It's just neither one of us wanted each other. Neither one of us wanted to see each other with anybody else, basically. But she had come there that night, drunk with 3 other people, wanted to take the child. I told her, no, I'll do it in the morning. She wanted to talk. We went and talked like we always did. This wasn't an unnormal occasion. It happened many, many, many times. We talked. We kissed like we always did. She was upset. We both got upset. Things escalated. It was very foolish on my part, and I've
Okay.
apologized to her and I've made amends.
Okay. Your relationship with her now, how would you describe that very briefly?
As well as a divorced couple could be, I guess.
Okay.
I would say we last January we were just at our grandchild's birthday party at
Okay.
a thing. Last summer she was at my house. The whole family was for a whole day for our 29
Oh,
year
Dad.
old.
All right.
So it
All right.
was a very dumb mistake. I take full responsibility. I mean, I'm not innocent in any matter. Neither is she.
Yep, and I'm not here to charge that or make a decision about that. I just want some context around that incident and to hear
Like
kind
I
of
said,
how
I
the
could have
relationship
fought.
was now. So I appreciate
Could
that.
have fought it, but the lawyer said it didn't pay. It was costly. It was hurting our children even more. We've already put them through so much by getting
Yeah.
back together, back and forth for years. So, but
Okay.
I thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Cindy?
Yeah.
Hi.
Good morning, Mr. Powell.
morning.
2 questions. So, your need for a pardon, it seems in reading your application that your job, your employment's impacted by this. You're losing out on some job opportunities. Do I have that right?
Yeah, and such. Like I said, as an adult homeowner, do I want a guy remodeling my house who is a convicted felon, who maybe is cheaper, or do I want the guy who is a little more, but is not a convicted felon? I don't have to worry about whether he's going to rob me or. I mean, I'm in people's houses all the time, and I'm terrified if something would ever go missing or anything. And I don't blame him. Who would be the first guy you check? That would be the convicted
Okay.
felon. I understand it totally.
Okay.
Like I said, I mentioned that I had kind of quit the fire department, and because I couldn't go any further, and then it was just it was getting to be a hassle. So
Okay, okay. You also report sobriety since 2014. How can you tell me about that journey?
well, I drank quite a bit. I used to. Um, my health, I have had 2 new hips put in. I'm an old man now. I'm fat. It's just, I, my family has issues with alcohol. My whole
Okay.
my cousin, my brother.
And how
I
do you maintain it? Are you still involved with any groups or treatment or?
no, I believe it or not, I work out. I have a whole gym in my basement.
Okay,
Anytime I want to drink, it really isn't that big of a problem anymore. It was back in the day. It was quite a problem.
yeah,
I was drinking quite a bit. That's probably part of the reason why I had to have one of my hips replaced so soon. The doctor said so.
okay. Well, good for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Any other questions? Right, thank you, Mr. Powell. Appreciate your time and I hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend.
I thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Logan Schmidt.
Ashley?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Hi, thank you for allowing me to be here today. I'm here to seek a pardon for a felony bail jumping that I was convicted of in 2014. Um, I was operating a vehicle under the influence while serving probation for a previous crime. To touch base on that night, I ended up taking some pills from a friend that I've never done before, which was an extremely dumb decision on my end. And the next thing I remember, I was doing a field sobriety test on the side of the road. When I think about that night, um, I get overwhelmed with regret because of what could have happened. Um, I'm extremely thankful that I ended up not hurting anybody else or myself that night. Um, for this sentence, I had to complete drug court and serve probation for 3 years. I'm proud to say that I completed drug court in less than a year, and I was granted early release from probation for good behavior in 2017. Since the completion of my sentence, I have completed outpatient substance abuse counseling here in Madison at Connections Counseling. I've gotten married. Also been blessed with 2 beautiful children who are now 9 and 4. Um, I've held employment consistently throughout this time, which has allowed me the special opportunity of purchasing my very first home. Although I'm grateful that I've been able to grow in my current career in supply chain, I dream of a career in finance, specifically real estate, which can be pretty difficult with a felony conviction. Um, my hope with this pardon is just to be able to provide the best possible life for my family. Um, although a felony conviction can be shameful, I want to turn this into a chance to teach my children that mistakes don't have to define you. And through hard work, accountability, and humility, you can redefine your future. Um, at the time of this offense, I was a young adult, 17, 18 years old, struggling with substance abuse. Um, with that being said, I do take full responsibility for all my actions and poor choices during those times. And though these poor choices led me to some very hard times, I am very grateful I was able to learn from my mistakes. A lot of people aren't able to do that. And that has made me the man I am today. And I am very proud of that man. And I just ask for forgiveness for this charge so that I can close that chapter in my life once and for all. Um, thank you again for allowing me to be here and giving me the opportunity to speak with you all.
Thank you, Mr. Schmidt. Let's open up to questions from the board members. Cindy.
Yep. Good morning, Mr. Schmidt.
Good
So
morning.
you completed drug court. Congratulations on that. And then you had some other counseling. You report in your application sobriety since 2016. Is that still accurate?
Yes, yes, it
Okay.
is.
And how do you?
I want to
Go
say
ahead.
it's 2014. I might have put the
A
wrong date
long
in
time.
there.
Let's say a
Yeah,
long
it's
time.
been a long time.
Okay, we'll agree on that. How do you maintain that? Are you still involved in AA or NA or what would?
So I'm not involved in any of those groups anymore. I was heavily involved when all these first happened. I actually met my wife in recovery. So we've been kind of going through this together, and you know, uh, we just support each other. Her family has been like an incredible support system for me. Just surrounding myself with positive people in my life. No longer uh, putting my or no longer having those negative people in my life anymore, and just positive influences has helped me stay the course.
Okay. Well, congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Schmidt? All right, thank you. I think that covers it from us. We appreciate your time, and I hope you have a good weekend, Mr. Schmidt.
Thank you. You as well.
Thank you. Next up, we have Juan Jargi. Mr. Jagari.
It's
Sorry, I think I
pronounced
butchered that.
it's pronounced Haregi. No, all good. It's not a
Haregi,
very
all right.
not a very common last name. All right. Without further ado, to the esteemed members of the Pardon Advisory Board, good morning. My name is Juan Manuel Haregi. I'm here to discuss a mistake I made almost 9 years ago. On the night of November 15th, 2017, I had posted a picture of myself with a gun in between my legs on Snapchat with the caption, "Don't come to school tomorrow." It was initially meant as a joke, as hunting season had started the next day throughout Wisconsin gun deer season. I was arrested the next day and released on a $10,000 bond. After this incident, I was expelled and later reinstated as a student at Gibraltar area schools following a tense expulsion hearing. In May of 2018, I was convicted of terrorist threats and sentenced to 60 days of jail time with Huber privileges, 60 hours community service, and 1 year probation. And if all those were completed, it was to be expunged, and it was expunged. With our nation's history of school shootings, I understand the alarm my behavior caused. Since this incident, there has not been a single night where I go to sleep without reflecting on those impacted by my actions. I'm truly remorseful for my actions. I have sought mental health treatment, and to this day, I continue to work with a therapist to discuss my mental health problems. I have learned the value of forgiving myself while also addressing what led to my decision that day. Before completing my sentence in June of 2019, I enrolled in school at NWTC, or Northeastern Wisconsin Technical College, to complete initial college credits. Ultimately, I was later accepted into Marquette University, and I graduated in May of 2023, majoring in history and pre-law, and minoring in business administration. At Marquette, I became heavily involved with the Marquette Center of Peacemaking, otherwise known as CFP, learning about nonviolence and working with the Near West Side Partners of Milwaukee, or NWSP, a local nonprofit that is helping rejuvenating the Near West Side neighborhood of Milwaukee, where a lot of stuff's going on. The work I did with the CFP and the NWSP helped me recognize my passion for helping people in need. It ignited a desire in me to serve, which aligned with the Jesuit teachings I received at Marquette. I am focused and determined by the Latin phrase, ite inflammate homina, which loosely translates to "go forth and set the world on fire," which is the motto City Nations of Loyola had said when he started the Jesuit order of the Catholic Church. After graduating from Marquette University, I worked multiple jobs before landing a position at Fernandez, Chadwick & Krause, a law firm focusing on immigration and asylum work. At the law firm, I was fortunate enough to assist in my own father's immigration case. The experience I had gained in these cases, especially my own father's, made me realize that I want to continue working on immigration related issues. With so much uncertainty related to immigrant rights in our country, My goal is to help people navigate the process safely and effectively. For me, that involved working with those who had the power to craft and create these laws. This led me to my current position now, where I serve as a legislative assistant for 4 different Milwaukee County supervisors. This provides me with the opportunity to help those who are most vulnerable, working directly with the ACLU of Wisconsin, as well as the Milwaukee chapter of Voces de la Frontera. Over the last several years, I have come to recognize forgiveness is not a cheap commodity, and that it must be earned. I believe my actions since my poor decision as a high school student reflect the person that I truly am, a man who gives back to his community and works to better the lives of those around him. It is with this in mind that I can honestly say that I have earned a pardon. I hope you see that as well. I never thought that I would be in the position where I am right now, if I'm being quite honest with you all. I think of this quite often, especially when I am mentoring my little from Big Brothers Big Sisters. As a mentor, I have come to appreciate the experiences that I've gone through to become a wiser and stronger person. I feel like I am someone who has learned from his mistake. This pardon will afford me the opportunity to pursue law school and perhaps someday even run for public office. Thank you very much for your time and consideration this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Haragi. Appreciate it. Board members, questions? Cindy?
Good morning, Mr. Haragi.
Good morning.
You may be the youngest applicant I think I've seen, so I don't know. We don't see many 25-year-olds. But the judge and the district attorney who reviewed your application, and you understand Governor Evers will make the final decision, but both the judge and the district attorney support your application. So would you like to, any feedback on that?
Yeah. When I got those letters back, I was quite ecstatic, if I'm being honest with you all. District Attorney Norden and Judge Weber are both excellent and fair people. I'm truly honored. It's very humbling. A couple of years ago, I never would have thought that they would have never supported me, but after communications with them, discussing what I've done since my conviction, they told me that they full-heartedly and quite earnestly support my pardon, and which one I'm very truly grateful for.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? All right. Thank you, Mr. Haragi. Appreciate your time, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
You as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Next up, we have Devin Chambliss. Ms. Chambliss?
Good morning. I am trying to cut my camera on. Good morning. Thank you for having me this morning. My name is Devin Chambliss, pronoun she, her, hers. Grateful to be here this morning. It's been a journey. I am here for a charge of forgery and uttering, which I am very ashamed of. Over 20 years ago, I had some so-called friends that had a cousin that had just gotten out of prison who they were telling me, yeah, my money was really tight. A mom of 3, my oldest with autism, totally nonverbal, was really struggling. My mom was sick with sarcoidosis, passing away, which was a single mom. I ended up cashing a couple checks at a local store in the south side of Milwaukee, totaling about maybe $2,700. Using my identification, signing my name, knowing that this would catch up with me. So, of course, I was one of the world's dumbest criminals. It didn't pay off. Before I knew it, I had 2 plainclothes officers at my door to arrest me. I was so blessed that day that I had just put my children off on the school bus to go to school. I was taken in. I was very cooperative with the police because, of course, with 3 small sons at the time, one with a severe disability, I didn't want to be locked up. I cooperated and I gave all of my so-called friends up. With cooperation, I was given the 2 years probation. It was a horrible case because this case was a guy who was printing these up at his sister's house. She owned a daycare center at the time, and he was requesting 50% of the money from these checks from everybody that he was printing them for. So it kind of turned into a ring. Those people were no longer my friends after I gave them up, of course. Just was tough. I lost my mom in 2005. Probation went well, cooperated, paid the restitution, followed all the guidelines. And my brother had already left Milwaukee. It's just me and him. My mom had 2 kids. And with my mom working for the Department of Corrections for all those years, it was very, very embarrassing having to walk through the same doors of one of the offices that she worked at, with people knowing me. And I broke her heart, and she died while I was on probation. Soon after she passed, I was discharged. And my brother thought, you've made some mistakes. I think it would be great if you came here to Minnesota, maybe start over, do some things to try to separate yourself from this situation, because I felt like it was kind of over for me. Straight A student in school, went to the best of schools. Started off at Golda Meir for the gifted and talented, went on to Rufus King for the college bound, was accepted in some pretty great schools, ended up at Milwaukee Tech. Came here to Minnesota 2008, got my GED. From there, went on to Minneapolis Community and Technical College, got an associate's in human services. Just completed my bachelor's with St. Mary's University in human resource management. I've consistently had employment, worked for as a home health aide for years and a personal care assistant. When I first got my first degree in associate, there was a background study done. That background study suspended me from all of my positions until I was somewhat investigated. I did file an appeal. Department of Human Services has been very fair with setting this aside to allow me to keep my positions. But now, as I have that bachelor's degree and was just accepted into grad school for Health and Human Services Administration, I decided not to go and take the schooling at this time until I could try to get this taken care of, because I know that I'm putting a lot of money towards student loans, but not sure if I'm going to even be able to get a position, with this on my record. So it has been pretty embarrassing. And now I am with Hennepin County. I have worked with Catholic Charities for the past 11 years in homeless prevention, starting off as a client advocate, climbing the ladder as case manager 2, and then to 3, and then as property manager. From there, I am one of the case managers at Hennepin County with Rent Help Hennepin. I have been preventing evictions and stopping homelessness. All of my sons are doing well. They've all graduated, one with an associate's in child development. At this time, I just feel like with the time that has passed, all that I've been through, I just would like a chance, to be able to get a better job. I feel like I'm just kind of stuck in what I'm doing. I love homeless prevention. I love helping the vulnerable stay housed, and then help them set goals so they can move on outside of their other barriers. I feel like I wasn't homeless, but I feel like I had a lot of barriers, and I still do with this over my head, so just hoping that I can be given a chance to just move on with my life at 56. I mean, just think that I need to be able to kind of get into something different, and just kind of let go of some of this shame. And I appreciate and I'm very grateful to be here and to even have this opportunity. So
Thank you, Ms. Chambliss. We'll open up to questions from the board. Board members? None. I do believe you covered everything. I will note we did receive a letter of support or a support indication from the district attorney who reviewed your case. So in case you hadn't seen that, I wanted to make sure you knew.
yes, ma'am, I did. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I hope you enjoy your weekend. Appreciate your time today.
Yes, I appreciate you all too. Have a blessed day. Bye-bye.
Thank you. And next up, we have Monica Smith. Ms. Smith?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Monica Smith, and I take full responsibility and regret the time, money, and hardship I have caused to all that were impacted by my actions. Between 1984 and 2000, I was in a very abusive relationship with an older man that was involved in drugs, alcohol, and criminal activity. During my struggle to survive the abuse, I made some really bad decisions. I was charged with felony issuing worthless checks over $500, felony uttering a forgery, as well as non-felony prostitution and 2 operating while intoxicated offenses. The issuing worthless checks over $500 charge occurred when I used checks from my closed bank account to buy expensive electronics that were then sold or traded to buy drugs. I was sentenced to 3 years probation and full restitution that I completed successfully. One of those places was a tavern, and I returned in person with cash and made an apology and paid for the check that I wrote. The issuing worth or sorry, the felony uttering a forgery charge occurred when I handed a delivery driver a check that was given to me by a then friend. When the driver asked me about the check, I made up an answer, basically lied to him, to get him to leave. Afterwards, I found out from my friend that she had stolen it and forged her roommate's name on the check. I was sentenced to forfeiture and a fine that I paid in full. I never did actually tell on her. I had already put my foot into it, and I didn't see that there was any advantage, or I should have told on her, but I didn't. I'm one of those people who always thinks I'm helping the underdog. I completed all the requirements of my sentence, including restitution and drug and alcohol counseling. Since then, I worked with a battered women's shelter to escape my abusive relationship and the criminal surroundings. I attended many of their support groups. I voluntarily got involved with Dane County Mental Health for individual, family, and group therapies for several years. I worked on my self-esteem, self-worth, depression, forgiveness, and more alcohol and drug counseling. I took classes and trainings through the Dane County Job Center and MATC. The last 25 years, I have worked as a state of Wisconsin employee, of which 20 of those years with the Bureau of Aging and Disability Resources. I moved up the ranks from office support staff to office manager to program support supervisor and finally a program manager for the telecommunications assistance program before retiring in the summer of 2024. I volunteered at a nonprofit in Stoughton, helping animals get needed veterinary care, and now I work for them, managing their thrift store and guiding their volunteers. I care deeply about people and animals being treated with respect and getting proper care. I am strong, confident, and as my grandmother would say, a tough cookie. I am in a long-term loving relationship with strong family bonds on both sides. I'm independent, reliable, a loving woman, mother, grandmother, daughter, partner, and friend. I think I should receive a pardon because I am very sorry for what I have done. I have taken full responsibility and satisfied my sentences for the crimes I have committed. I'm not the same scared, battered, and naive person I was. I would never make those choices or take those actions again. I have fought hard to conquer my demons. I have been sober since 2000 and spent my life learning, changing, growing, and helping others. I want to be able to work or volunteer to help struggling teens, elder adults, and other vulnerable populations work through their hardships, find assistance and support, or accomplish whatever it is that they need to make the changes in their lives. But my felonies exclude me from being accepted or approved. I have a lot to give. I want to share my knowledge and support and get involved with my local community's decision-making processes. I hope you agree that I'm a good candidate to receive a governor's pardon, and thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Smith.
Thank you.
Questions from the board? None. All right, then, Ms. Smith, I just want to say thank you for your many years working for the state, at DHS particularly. I know how challenging those jobs can be and really appreciate your service there.
Thank you so much.
So with that, we'll wish you a good weekend. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Ryan Trisler. Mr. Trisler.
Hi, my name is Ryan Trisler, and I thank you for taking and giving me the opportunity to explain why I feel I'm deserving of a pardon. I'll start by saying I was a rebellious youth and I thought I knew everything and no one could teach me anything. I smoked weed and I drank, and on the night I got my felony, I thought taking my mom's car for a drive was a good idea. When the cops turned their lights on, I panicked and I told my friend one word that changed my life and many others forever. I told my friend go, and we ended up in a high-speed chase and crashed my mom's car. It was very dangerous, and I thank God that no one was seriously injured from my actions. From there, I ended up with a diversion agreement, and I still didn't learn. I continued to smoke weed and drink, and I had many probation holds until my diversion agreement was revoked and I was sentenced to 9 months in jail and a permanent felony. It wasn't until I woke up one morning and realized I didn't want to be this guy walking to the store buying 40 ounces of beer with pennies, and I was done. Done with drinking, done with everything. I've now been sober for almost 23 years, and in that time I've been blessed with 2 sons. My first, Elijah, who's 21 and works as an assistant manager at a restaurant and recently applied for a criminal justice program. And my youngest son, Carson, is 17, who graduated early and also works at a restaurant and is going to school for automotive repair. I've taken great pride in raising my sons. I've called myself a stay-at-home dad because they have always been my top priority. I worked part-time at a local roller skating rink just to get by so I could spend all my time with them, teaching them more than I was ever taught, teaching them that no one is perfect, and when you make mistakes, just own up to it and take responsibility for your mistakes. That being remorseful and learning will teach you more than I could ever. And as my boys got older and needed me less, I found myself kind of lost and not knowing myself. So I got a full-time job at Walmart, and now I'm an asset protection investigator. I love my job, and I'd work there 7 days a week if they would let me. I'm very good at my position. Last year, I was #1 in the entire state in the amount of events I put in. I hope to get my pardon so I can move up in my position and become a coach. Right now, I'm unable to sell guns because I'm a felon, and I'd have to pass that background check. I've gotten letters of recognition from the city of Onalaska for helping them with big cases they were investigating. The same police department that used to arrest me now thanks me for all the help I give them. Even some of the same officers are still there from when my felony took place. It makes me happy to be able to show these officers how far I've come. I tell them I'm going to join the police reserves as soon as I'm not a felon. And in my mind, it's always been a joke, and now it's serious. I never thought I couldn't be a felon, and I'm proud of myself for how far I've come. and I know a lot of others are proud of me too. And last, I want to say to my mom that I've always felt ashamed and embarrassed with taking your work car and what you have must have went through when you had to tell your bosses what I had done. In the last 23 years of my life, you've always been in my mind to do everything I can to make you proud of me. So again, I thank you for listening and for this consideration for my pardon. Thank
you,
you.
Mr. Chisler. Questions from the board? Officer Lewis.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah.
Congratulations on your sobriety from alcohol.
Thanks.
You report that that's been 23 years of
Yeah.
that? Okay. How have you maintained that?
I just have a routine and I don't go around it.
Okay.
I just have a routine and I don't drink, so.
Great. That's fantastic. Are you sober from drugs as well?
Yeah.
Okay. Marijuana also?
Yep, I don't smoke marijuana anymore. I don't know how long it was ago. I was delivering pizzas and I got pulled over and I ended up getting like a driving under the influence ticket.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But
so yeah, the not operating with the blood alcohol level,
yeah,
but with
yeah.
THC. Okay. Yeah, so that was in 2009. And so you've maintained sobriety from marijuana since then also?
Yeah.
Okay. How have you been able to maintain that?
It started making me paranoid, honestly, so I just kind of got over it. Like the feeling of that didn't help me any, so I was just like, yeah, this isn't for me anymore.
Okay. Have you ever been in any sort of treatment, therapy, either for substance use or any other?
When I first stopped drinking, I went to a rehab for like 3 months, but it was like at the point in my life where I wasn't ready to stop drinking,
Or
so I didn't like fully take advantage of it. So I kind of just stopped drinking when I realized that I'm sick of going to jail and this is why I go to jail.
copy that? Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Any other questions from the board? Right, Mr. Trisler, I just want to make sure that you saw, as we did, that both the district attorney and the judge who reviewed your application do support your request for partner. I'm sorry, the district attorney, and we did also get a lovely letter of support from your mom. And I know that you talked about how that still weighs on you. So wanted to make sure you were aware of those.
Thank you.
All right, well, that covers it from us. I hope you enjoy your weekend and thank you for your time today.
Thanks, you too.
Thank you. Our last applicant of the first morning session is John Laudoff. Mr. Laudoff.
Mute. I'm sorry, I'm not really good with computers.
That's okay. We can hear you. We can try prompting you for your video. If that helps. There you are.
All right, I guess I figured it out. First, I'd like to thank you all for the opportunity to come before you. For me, one of the most important things is that you know that anything that I discussed today, I have no excuse for what I did. There was no, bad crowd and all of that. I did what I did regardless of any of that. I committed a strong arm robbery with 3 victims in December 19th of 1992. I was with another gentleman that we had known each other for about 4 months. We were both in the reserves together, and I have never been able to convey my feelings toward the victims because they were minors. I don't have their names or any of that. It was all kept private. My goal is every day is to try and make amends for the things that I did at that day. I'm sorry, I didn't think I was going to get this emotional. Over the years, I have maintained complete sobriety for the last 32 years. Alcohol had always been an issue for me. I started drinking in grade school, and most of the time I was drunk going to school, after school. Alcohol has always been an issue in my parents' families. And the alcohol has always been an issue. Over the years, I've worked and volunteered for a number of schools and Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts with Native American culture. I also volunteer at Waukesha County Technical College for about 7 years on their cosmetology and portion of their curriculum with hair replacement and scalp issues. I've actually gone to school in 3 countries. I received an esthetician's license in '93 in Germany. I have my hair therapist license in Canada and my trichology license in the United States. I've worked at the same company. I started as the janitor after I committed my crimes. And at this point now, I now own the company. Sorry. I have maintained, again, complete sobriety. I have no probation violations, none of that. One of the big things that has helped, instead of hanging out with the bad crowd, which was probably in all due respect and honesty, the main force of the bad crowd, I kind of switched sides, and all my friends are police officers now. So with the sobriety and all that, that's always helped considerably. All my family and friends. But the most important thing is the alcohol was a huge factor for me and created someone that I didn't want to be, and I didn't want my kids to see. It's not supposed to get this emotional, is it?
Okay, Mr. Hoda, a lot of folks do find themselves getting emotional. It's not the easiest for them, so take your time.
For me, it's more about the victims and what I did to them, not what I did to me. What I did to myself. They were the victims, not me. I try to go out of my way every day to do one special thing for someone, just as a penance. I'm sorry, I'm hopping around. I'm trying not to bawl like a baby. The main focus and the main reason that I'm looking for a pardon. Unfortunately, I've been married a couple times. My second wife had a lot of family in Canada, and I was not allowed to visit her family functions and such like that. My current wife is from Japan, and her mom is getting more senior and not in the greatest health. And at this point, I'm not allowed to visit Japan because of criminal backgrounds. But the most important thing for me is being able to be a chaperone for my new grandson when he starts school and doing things like that. I've been blessed with the friends that I have who have supported me, even though I have the past that I have. My ex-wife, the one that wrote the letter, she's supposed to hate me, and she even supports me. So it's got to add a little point or two. I'm sorry. There's not much more I can say. I did what I did, and I apologize to the victims.
That sounds good, Mr. Lodoff. We'll just open up for any questions from the board. Board members? All right.
Again, I
That
apologize for crying.
is absolutely fine. You are far from the only one. I do want to note, in case you didn't see it, we did receive an indication of support for your pardon application from the judge who reviewed your materials. So while the governor will make the final decision, I wanted to make sure you saw that.
Yes, ma'am.
Excellent.
I appreciate the opportunity.
Excellent. Well, we wish you a good weekend and thank you again for your time today.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we are just at the 10 o'clock mark, so we will go ahead and get started with our second group this morning. Matthew Serum is our first applicant of our second block. Mr. Serum, before we get started with you, I'm just going to run through a little bit of housekeeping and introduce my fellow board members before we hear from you and our other applicants. So my name is Mel Barnes. I'm Chief Legal Counsel to Governor Evers and the Chair of his Pardon Advisory Board. With me in the Zoom today, we have Board Member Cindy O'Donnell, who served as the Deputy Secretary for the Department of Corrections under Governors Thompson, McCallum, and Doyle. She also served as Division Administrator under Attorneys General Lautenschlager and Van Hollen. And we have Board Member Jennifer Lewis, who is an officer with the Madison Police Department. She holds a master's degree in social work and a degree in counseling. Officer Lewis previously worked providing frontline response for the Rape Crisis Center and advocating for state policies that support women and families in Wisconsin. We're excited to hear from all of you, but just a couple of notes about how the hearing will work. Please keep in mind that we are being live streamed via Wisconsin Eye and YouTube. So for that reason, we'll ask you to keep your video off and yourself muted until it is your turn to be heard by the board, so we can focus on the person who is presenting. If you do run into any IT issues with the Zoom, don't worry, someone will give you a call and help you try to troubleshoot. If it means we need to come back to you because technology isn't cooperating, we can certainly do that. Otherwise, we're going to call on folks in the order listed in the agenda and open meeting notice. Each applicant will have 5 minutes total with the board. We're going to ask you to spend the first 3 of those 5 minutes speaking to the questions that you were sent in advance of today's hearing. So as a reminder, those are to first, please give us a brief summary of the offense that you're seeking a pardon for and how your sentence went. Keep in mind, we're not here to retry the crime. You don't need to minimize your involvement. We just want to hear from you in your own words what happened. Second, to give us a brief summary of what you've done since the completion of your sentence, including community involvement and employment, essentially where you're at now and how your life is different than the time of your offense. Third, and finally, a brief statement about why you're seeking a pardon and why you think the governor should grant you one. Once you've spent 3 minutes speaking to those questions, we'll open it up and see if the board has any follow-up questions for you. Don't read too much into it either way. If we do or don't have questions, keep in mind your application materials are very thorough. We spent a lot of time with those before today's hearing. Once you're done answering any questions we have for you, you're welcome to sign off and leave the Zoom hearing. And then once everyone has been heard, the board will meet in closed session and decide whether or not to recommend your application to Governor Evers for a pardon. You need a majority support of board members present in order for your application to be forwarded to Governor Evers, who will then make the final decision on whether or not to grant you a pardon. Either way, you'll hear about the outcome of today's hearing about 1 to 2 months from today. We know you've been very patient to get today's hearing, and we thank you for giving us a little bit more time to get those recommendations to the governor. So with that, Mr. Serum, we're ready to hear from you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Matthew Serum, and I am looking to seek a pardon for a felony burglary charge that happened 22 years ago. A friend and I helped ourselves to my friend's stepdad's key to the Mondovi Conservation Club to take beer and liquor. We continued to do this over a bunch of months. I was sentenced to 2 years of probation, which I must be honest and transparent. My sentence ended up being extended due to worthless checks and no drink violations. However, I have finished my probation and have paid all my restitution. Since then, shortly after completion of my sentence, I met my wife, which we have now been married for almost 15 years on the upcoming month of April 9th. Also, we have 2 children, ages 12 and 9. I have had some successful careers as a factory production worker at SPF in Mondovi and Nestle in Eau Claire, Wisconsin. Almost 11 years ago, my wife and I purchased a home in St. Charles, Minnesota, where we currently reside today. I continued factory production at Kemp's Ice Cream in Rochester, Minnesota, and about 8 years ago, I pursued a career in agriculture and started a job at Egg Partners, something I am very passionate about as I grew up on a farm. After some promotions, I currently hold a location manager spot at the Elgin facility. Reason why I'm seeking a pardon is the reason I'm seeking a pardon to become more involved in the community, such as coaching my kids in sport activities through our community park and rec programs, and with our school district, and potentially holding a seat as a board member on our school. There are opportunities with my career that arise, such as traveling outside of the United States for sales meetings and retreats. I'd also like the opportunity to be able to travel outside the country with my family in the future. A family tradition also of ours is participating in the firearms hunting season. With my son already hunting and potentially my daughter taking an interest, I would like to be able to experience this with my children. I fully understand my actions in the past had consequences that affected not only myself and my family, but also people in the community, and I cannot change that. However, I have taken the initiative to improve my life and the people around me, and I hope to be able to put this behind me so I can continue my advancements in my personal and professional life. And that's what I have for you guys.
Thank you, Mr. Serum. Questions from the board? Cindy?
Good morning, Mr. Serum.
Good morning.
So your crime, you were stealing lots of beer and alcohol, and then in 2009, you had a second OWI misdemeanor. Have you had any treatment for alcohol misuse or?
The only treatment I have done what was recommended for when I had like the DWI and that, and also through my probation, I did do some alcohol assessments and did partake in a couple of like, they weren't called AA meetings, but some very similar to that of some sort. Since then, my alcohol consumption has decreased greatly. With some of my health, I am on the pre-diabetic side, so I have pretty much cut alcohol out of my life for probably the last 10 years.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Other questions from the board? All right, Mr. Serum, I think that covers it from us. Appreciate your time, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you. Thank you for the time and consideration.
Thank you. Next up, we have Denisha Smith. Ms. Smith?
Good morning.
Good morning.
I want to thank everybody for the invitation, and the charges that I'm requesting a pardon for is uttering, which is the unknowing or knowingly of passing a check, and misappropriate identity, which both fall under the felony H section. I want to first say that I take 100% accountability for every decision that I made, whether I understood it or I didn't. And I'd like to apologize to everybody involved. The victim, Virginia, I want to say her last name is Ivio, if I may be pronouncing it wrong. A friend of mine, a former friend of mine, Natasha Childs, I want to apologize to her, as well as the courts and my family. And, excuse me, a brief explanation of what happened was in 2003, the fall of 2003. I went to Walmart with a friend and we shopped. The store was pretty crowded, so I decided we should check out in the sports utility section because there wasn't a line. Virginia Ivio, and I want to say her son, was in line in front of us. And when she checked out, she left her wallet. And I should have said, ma'am, you left your wallet, and I didn't. I picked it up with the intention of putting it in a mailbox so the mailman could return it to her. Leaving out the store after I finished my purchase, I forgot. I get back to my house, and my roommate said, what are you going to do with that wallet? And I'm like, I meant to put it in a mailbox so it could be given back, but I gave it to her. Bad decision number 2. And so weeks go by. I was working full time at a warehouse in Sheboygan. And this same roommate asked me to pick up a pizza from Pizza Hut. And I said, no, I have to work third shift. No. And she said, I'll buy you a pizza. And I agreed. We get to the Pizza Hut and the cashier says the pizza's not ready. Have a seat. Through the corner of my eye, I see the door opening to the left and an officer walks in, and I know it's an officer because I can see his badge and I can see his gun. He stands in front of me. He said, what's your name? And I told him my name is Natasha Childs, who is my former high school friend. And he said, stand up. And so I stood up and I followed his instructions. He asked me to put my hands behind my back. They proceeded to take me to the police station. And so during interrogation, they asked me, how did you get here? I tell them the whole story of how it started in Walmart. And they said, well, we have you on, I want to say like identity theft. There's something of that nature. And so I explained what happened. And so I do all these handwriting signatures, not really knowing that the person I gave the wallet to was using the checks in the checkbook. When I took the wallet, I never looked through it. So I didn't know there were checks in it, but I still take accountability for giving this individual the checkbook. I explained everything that happened. And subsequently, I was charged with uttering and misappropriate identity. The misappropriate identity comes from saying I was Natasha Childs. The uttering comes from passing the forged check that was given to the cashier at Pizza Hut. Because I want to say 2 to 3 times with these checks, but they were folded. So I never opened them to look inside, but I also didn't know there was checkbooks in this wallet. So fast forward to sentencing day. This was my first time going to jail, first time getting in trouble. And the reason I said my name was Natasha Childs is because I was living in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and I got a seatbelt ticket. It was a $10 seatbelt ticket that went into warrant status. And I didn't know what that meant. And so instead of saying Denisha Smith is my name, I said Natasha Childs. And not even knowing that's a completely different charge. So I was able to come work with the district attorney to formulate a deal. And the judge, instead of giving me jail time, I got time served. And I was given concurrent probation, which I completed. It was rocky at first because I didn't understand the ramifications of what I had just gotten myself into. My public defender said, do you have a job? And I was working as a PCW for my nonverbal special needs sister. So I said, yeah. She said, keep it because you're going to have a hard time finding a job. That didn't click with me until everything was over. Once I completed my probation, because I did have one violation for a dirty drop for marijuana. Marijuana was the only drug that I indulged in. And so once I realized, my probation officer said, she said, look, I don't want to put you in jail. Okay. She said, well, you got to get clean. So they put me in rehab. I went to rehab. And one of the things I learned was that out of all the drugs, marijuana should be the easiest drug to stop because it's a mind thing. And so that's when I realized, I told myself, what do you want out of life? Do you want to sit here and constantly get high, or do you want to excel? And so after self-assessment and self-analyzing, I decided, let's just live a sober life. And through that, I enrolled into college and I graduated from ITT. And I thought I was on the road to success until I go on these job interviews and they do a background check. And with that background check, I didn't realize that my charges would stop me from being in certain financial sectors. I could never work at a bank. I could never work in the government sector and excel because I need to pass a criminal background check, and I can't pass it with these charges. And so I moved to Tennessee. I felt like living in Wisconsin, I would always be stagnated. So I moved to Tennessee, and the same thing happened. I applied at Target just to pick up the carts for extra money, the carts in the parking lot, and I was hired and told to come in for training. And I was fired the first day of training because my background check came back that day. And I felt like, wow. And I said, well, I can't work in the finance industry. I can't push carts at Target. Before I got to Tennessee, I was hired at Walmart in Menominee Falls, fired on the same day of training because my background check came back and it was for a cake decorator. So I can't decorate cakes. And that's when I said, I have to get this felony off of me because I can't excel in the smallest positions, let alone the bigger positions as an executive. So that's why I'm here, because I would like to show the state of Wisconsin and the governor of Wisconsin, as well as the board, that I am not that naive 20-something-year-old that didn't ask questions. I should have left the wallet where it was and let the Walmart staff return it because it wasn't my job. But when I took it, I should have never gave it to a roommate. And had I known that the checks out of that wallet I was taken to the Pizza Hut to get pizza, I would have never done it. And so when the police asked me who sent you here and how'd you get here, I was very cooperative because I've never been in trouble. So yes, I'm telling. I wasn't raised by the streets. I was raised by my mother and my family. So it was no problem to tell what happened and tell my part. And that's why I say I take 100% accountability, because I should have known better. Even though I didn't, I should have. And because I didn't know better, I have lived a life of shoulda, woulda, couldas. And I don't want to do it
Ms.
anymore.
Smith,
Yeah.
appreciate that. I just want to open up to the board and see if we have any follow-up questions for you. Board members? Cindy?
Good morning, Ms. Smith. So in your application, and then again today, you say you accept complete responsibility, but actually in your statements, you don't. You say you didn't cash the checks. You say you didn't look at this folded check. You say you didn't do anything. I'm not even sure why you pled guilty or no contest, because you claim that you didn't know and didn't participate in these crimes, really, knowingly. So how does that I'm having trouble juxtaposing that with your statement, I take full responsibility. I don't think you do.
So once I realized what uttering is, the definition of uttering is knowingly or unknowingly passing a forged check, correct? So with that, I take responsibility for picking up Virginia's wallet, full responsibility. When I picked up the wallet, normally there's a mailbox in front. There used to be mailboxes in front of most Walmarts. And so that was my intention, was to put it in a mailbox. Once we did the handwriting assessment, the police proved that I didn't write any checks, but I also never looked in the wallet. So when I gave the wallet to my roommate, Demetria Taylor, I take full responsibility for that because I shouldn't have. I should have left it, right? So when the checks were spent at Pizza Hut, and I'm not sure where else they were spent, the check that was given to me was folded, just like a piece of paper. It was folded. And she took it out of her purse because she was with me. She said, Denisha, give this to the cashier. I didn't open it and give it. I took the check. So that is that action of her, Demetria giving me a folded check and me taking that check and giving it to the cashier. That action is uttering. I take full responsibility for that. When the police asked me what's my name, the second or third time we were at this Pizza Hut, I said Natasha Childs. That's misappropriate identity, correct? And so I take full responsibility for that because I should have said Denisha Smith. And the one reason I didn't was because I knew of a $10 seatbelt ticket that went into warrant status from Milwaukee County.
But it didn't stop there. You went to court, you signed documents with a false name.
Yeah.
And what you haven't talked about at all today is the impact on that victim who had her identity stolen, who was listed in CCAP with multiple felonies being charged against her, who had to be fingerprinted and photographed by police to try to clear that up that you caused. And you haven't even talked about the impact on that victim.
I can definitely discuss the impact on the victim because we have discussed it since then. The day that I was arrested, Natasha Childs came down to identify who I was. And when she came down and she identified who I was, once I was released and off of probation, we had a conversation and I apologized to her. We had been friends for over 10 years at that point. And so she told me, she said, "I forgive you." And I assumed that everything was water under the bridge. I'd literally just seen her 5 years ago at my mom's funeral. And so from that apology and her saying, "Denisha, I forgive you," because I understand Natasha and her relatives used my name, which doesn't make it right. The back and forth, it doesn't make it right. They used my name to get We Energy service in Milwaukee County, which gave me a $4,500 bill, and I had to prove that I didn't live there. And none of it's right. And because I only had 3 to 5 minutes to kind of give a brief overview, I did not. Once the other board member stated, "Hey, Denisha, we're going to let the other board ask for questions," I didn't go into depth because I know it's all public record, and that's just what I know. But I have verbally spoken to Natasha. She invited me to her home to again say I would like to kind of revisit the friendship, but I live in Tennessee, right? And so I don't know how that will work, but now we're both 46, 47 years old. And if that's something she would like to do, I'm open to it. However, I do understand that when I was 20 something years old, I didn't understand me telling an officer my name is Natasha Childs that I would go to jail. I didn't realize that I would be processed. So I don't have a background in law or criminal justice. I've never been in jail. So I don't know that once they take you to the precinct that you're going to stay there. I didn't know that there'd be an arraignment and I'd have to take an oath and say I'm Natasha Childs. I didn't understand the severity. And I can say that today wholeheartedly. I did not understand. And now I do understand and I take accountability.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from the board? All right. Thank you, Ms. Smith. Appreciate your time today, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you. Bye for now.
Thank you. Bye for now. Andrew Larson is our next applicant. Mr. Larson, we're ready to hear from you.
Thank you. Trying to turn on my video one moment. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for taking the time to hear me out today. It's greatly appreciated. My name is Andrew Larson. I'm 46 years old. December 1997, when I was 18 years old, I committed 2 offenses of party to the crime of burglary. I was with 2 other individuals who had broken into a school and house. It's a time that I'm not proud of at all. I deeply regret it. Sorry. One moment. So in 1997, I was 18 years old, and I was definitely in a different place in my life than I am today. I was sentenced to 90 days in jail and 5 years probation in order to pay restitution joint and several for the first offense. And I was sentenced to 15 days in jail in order to 5 years of concurrent probation and ordered to pay restitution joint and several for the second offense. I pleaded no contest to both offenses. I completed my time in jail and I completed my time on probation without any violations. I also made sure that all the restitution was paid back, not only to provide closure for the victims, but also to end that chapter in my life so I could move on. I deeply regret what I did. It's something that I still think about almost every day of my life. I'm 46 years old now. I was 18 years old then. I can't imagine how the victims felt. The invasion of privacy in their place of residence and a place of the children are at school. Since my conviction and my time that I spent in jail, I did get my HSED. I also went on and got my associate's degree before going to UW Oshkosh and obtaining a Bachelor of Science degree in geology. I'm married today, been married for 20 years. I adopted my wife's 3-year-old son as my own. and we have a daughter together. I'm the general manager of a golf course, a pretty big golf course here in Wisconsin. One aspect of that golf course is that we have a food and beverage area, and it would be very helpful if I could obtain a bartender's license and didn't have to have someone else on site at all times. I've obtained a bartender's license in other communities, but unfortunately, the township in which my golf course resides will not grant me a bartender's license due to my convictions. I'm seeking a pardon today so that hopefully I can finally close that chapter of my life and move on. I think I'm worthy of a pardon because I was 18 years old at the time. When I look back at the person I was then versus who I am now, it disgusts me. It really does. I don't see the same person. And people that have known me when I was 18 years old and up until this day would say the same thing. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. Questions from the board? Officer Lewis.
Good morning. It's still morning. Can you talk more about the actual crimes themselves, please? I've read everything, but I would like to hear from your perspective what happened.
Sure, absolutely. It's so long ago. So 1997, the first offense, two guys that I had met, Eric and Lance, met them through a mutual friend. The friendship that we had lasted no more than probably 2 to 3 months total before I realized what type of people I was involved with. They asked me to drive them to a school. I dropped them off in an apartment building next to the school. I left. I went home. I came back an hour later. This is the time where we didn't have cell phones or anything like that. So there was no texting when they were done doing what they were doing. I came back. They were coming from a field. They had a garbage can that they brought from this school. They stole some money, some prescription drugs. And from what I understand, they did a significant amount of damage. I accepted a third of the money that they took from that school. Like I said, I'm not proud of that time in my life. And one of the worst things about it is that I knew what had happened, and 4 days later, I was with them again when they did the same thing. It hadn't dawned on me at that time the implications that I was facing, what I had done, and honestly, it took probably until after my time in jail before I really truly understood what I had done and started to move on with my life and try to make amends for those decisions. The second one was an acquaintance of ours to his house. I dropped them off at their house. I drove down the street. I sat in my car. I waited for a few minutes, and then Eric came over to my car. He said, "Pull it into the garage." And I said, "Absolutely not." I don't want to downplay my actions and the severity of what I did. But I was telling myself that by not going into either of these places of business, that I wasn't the one committing the burglary. That's what I convinced myself of at the time. I know that not to be true today. I know that. And I also know that I could have come forward. He basically said, "You're doing this." I pulled in, they loaded some stuff in my car, we left. That was the last time I ever had contact with Eric or Lance. The two of them went on to do significantly more crimes. And when they had been finally apprehended, caught months, maybe a year later, I'm not sure exactly the time frame, they let them know, or they told them of my involvement in those two, and that's how I got brought in. Thinking back and what I would do today, if I could do it different, is I would have turned them in. I knew what they did, and I didn't come forward. It took until the police brought me in for me to realize that. And then at that time, I told the police what had happened. I took the officers to the place where I had dropped them off and walked them through the entire situation.
You had mentioned that the home was a mutual friend or
yes,
somebody that was known to you. Have you ever had contact or had a conversation with that family since then?
I have had I've had contact and conversation with the children. They were the ones that were my age. Dale and Han. I had never contacted their parents and expressed my regret or apologized for that. I did do that in person to both Dale and Han. I think one of them has moved out of the state. I still see him from time to time. We don't maintain a close relationship, but I think that I have made amends with the two of them.
And then what about like the school and the community around the school, staff and administration? Is that a school that you went to also?
It wasn't a school that I went to. It was a school, adjacent to the town that I went to school in. I did not ever go back to that school. Honestly, I was, under the impression scared to go anywhere near it. I realized that, I could have probably written a letter of remorse to that school. I mentioned that I'm not the same person and I've grown since then. And I've honestly grown since I started this process a couple of years ago when I filled out my application and I realized that I didn't have anything to write down for community involvement and volunteer work. I asked myself why. I'm in a position in my life where I have the means and I have the time to do that. And since then, my wife and I have begun volunteering. We most recently volunteered at a First Tee event. At their last fundraiser. I'm planning to teach some classes for them this summer, and just something that I want to be more active in the community and begin to give back.
What was that agency or event for?
The First Tee of Northeast Wisconsin. They're
What do they do?
They're a local organization that teaches life lessons to kids through the game of golf. They're actually a national organization. There's multiple chapters. So I've been working with the one in my community.
Changing courses a little bit, did you ever have a federal case or a federal conviction in 2008 related to anything?
No.
Okay. All right.
No. No.
Okay. Thank you.
Cindy.
Good morning, Mr. Larson. I just want to follow up a little bit on Officer Lewis's questions because your statements in your application don't match at all the criminal complaints and the statements you gave at the time. For example, the home that was burglarized, the criminal complaint at the time, you told police that the three of you went into the garage, kind of scoped it out, and then you went back, got your car, and pulled it into the garage. In your statement in your application, you say you were never in the house and you were threatened to pull the car into the garage. And then with the second crime, again, you make it sound like you had no idea they were going to do this at a school, that you dropped them off at an apartment building, but yet the criminal complaint has you planning it, telling police you planned it with them. You all sat around talking about what school could we hit, what's remote. So I'm really troubled by the inconsistencies with what you told police at the time and what's in the criminal complaint, what you put in your application, because one of the baselines that we have as a board is people accepting responsibility for what they did. So can you speak to that?
Absolutely. When it came to the first one at the school, I was aware of what was happening. We had discussed it. The school was picked because one of the two of them had gone there and dropped them off at the apartment building, and they went across the field and did what they did. How do I say this? I'm sorry. The original complaint is correct. That is what happened. When it comes to the second one, I'm not sure what the original complaint said, but that was the last straw that I had with them. He did verbally threaten me if I didn't pull my vehicle into there. I did not scope it out ahead of time. I was aware that it was going to be happening. I did pull my vehicle into the garage. So I'm not quite sure where that discrepancy comes from. I guess I would have to look back to that original complaint from 1997. It's so long ago. I do accept responsibility for my actions. I do. It took me a long time to fully come to that conclusion. Like I mentioned before, I convinced myself at the time by not going into these places, even though I knew what was happening, that I wasn't the one that was burglarizing them. I know that not to be true. I know what I did was just as bad as what they did, and that I am just as responsible as they were for those two crimes. And I'm deeply, deeply regretful for my actions.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for your volunteer work with First Tee, and sort of if this process does nothing else but it prompted you to give back to the community, then everyone's better off, right? So
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Larson. I appreciate your time today, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
You too.
Next up, we have Eric James. Mr. James, we're ready to hear from you. Mr. James, if you are with us in the Zoom, we are ready to turn it over to you.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. James.
Hello? Can you hear me?
We can hear you, yes.
Okay. How you doing? My name is Eric James, and I started doing crime in 1986. When I was probably 16 years old, I was arrested for a burglary, party to a crime, criminal damage to property, and then I also had operating 2 counts of operating auto without owner's consent. And I had a burglary party to a crime. I was sentenced to 36 months in prison. And then once I was released from prison, I was kind of on the right path. And then I met a friend ran into an old friend of mine, and he approached me about selling drugs to a different guy, because I found out later on that he was in trouble, and then he used me to get out of his trouble, because he said that I was friends with somebody who was a target for the police. And so in 2001, I was arrested for a drug conviction of selling cocaine to him. And when I did the burglaries, like I said, I was young. I was just a young rebellious kid. Not I grew up with a single mom. Not really just doing all the wrong things. And then when I was released from prison, like I said, I kind of thought I was on the right track. But then, like I said, it wasn't him. Like, he didn't make me do it. Like, I did it for the money. Like, plain and simple. I did it for greed. And then my attorney at the time, he told me that we could have fought the case and maybe even beat it, because he felt like it was entrapment. But my girlfriend at the time, she became pregnant with my first son. And so I didn't want to leave her out here alone, because then my son would grow up kind of like how I did. And so I told my lawyer, I said, whatever you got to do so I wouldn't have to go to jail, to do it. And so he told me it was the craziest deal ever. They offered me 6 years probation. I'm sorry, y'all, and 20 years stay sentence. And he was like, he said, if you jaywalk, if you do anything, but at that time, like, I knew that that life was over, like, for me. So I accepted the deal. I didn't even complete the full probation. I did like 3 years, and the guy was like, yo, you're doing so good, I'm gonna recommend you get let off early. So they ended up, they told me just to pay my restitution, do the, what did I have to do? Where they put your DNA in the file. I forgot the name of it, but I had to do that. And then once I did that, they let me off probation. And so since all of that, since all of those mistakes, like, I have started my own nonprofit called J Academy. I have been giving away bikes, toys, the whole nine to the city of Milwaukee. I do 1,003 pair of shoes, backpacks, hats, school supplies to the kids. I do another event called Black on the Block, where I'm trying to get the kids off of the phones and get them outside. Where we give away the bikes. I have a building now where J Academy is housed at, where we're teaching kids, how to become owners, how to have their own product, sell their own product. We teach them not only how to make the product, but we teach them the marketing and the strategy behind it. We do another event called Needs and Wants, where we go and we teach the kids about the difference between a need and a want. We do our adopt a family holiday event for different kids. So I've been doing this for the last 19 years in the city of Milwaukee. I've won, I've got awards. I ain't gonna say won because I'm not doing it for that reason, but I got awards from the Future Urban Leaders. I was honored by Hyphen. I got an award from the Truth radio station. And I was awarded a proclamation by the mayor, Milwaukee Cavalier Johnson, who even was kind of blown away when he found out about me. And he came to came in, gave me the award in Shoreville, which is not in the city of Milwaukee, but it's Milwaukee County. And he came in, personally presented me with that proclamation. I have a partnership with Adidas that I've been having for the last 8 years. So they've been helping me. They've been helping me funding my my nonprofit. I have a partnership with Summerfest, Visit Milwaukee, On Milwaukee, Milwaukee Tools. So I've been doing a lot of community work, trying to make up for all the mistakes that I made. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. James. We can open up to questions from the board. Board members? All right, one from me, Mr. James. It looks like, you talked about 1986. Obviously, these crimes are a very long time ago. But you won in the 90s, and it looks like the incidents occurred in 1997, but you weren't convicted until 2001. Can you explain to us why that is?
Because they were trying to send me to prison, and that's why I was saying my girlfriend at the time, who's my wife now, she was pregnant with my son, and so I kept trying to get a better deal. And
Okay, so
then
that was just you fighting the charge the whole time, or you negotiating to try to get a plea the whole time?
we was negotiating, trying to figure out a way where I wouldn't have to go to prison.
Okay, understood. I just wanted to ask it as an unusually long amount of time, but I understand that. Anything else from the board? All right. Thank you, Mr. James. Appreciate your time, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Raymond Mendoza. Mr. Mendoza.
Good morning.
Good morning. We can hear you. It looks, there we go.
Let me, what is going on here? Okay. I'm trying to get it out of the light from the sun.
Yeah, that's better. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning. So in 1989, I went to boot camp, Marine Corps boot camp, and I went straight from the streets. I wasn't the type that I grew up in the gutter. I ain't gonna lie, I grew up in the gutter. With an alcoholic father, abusive father, and so the streets attracted me more. I got more love from the streets, and so I was living that life. And when I came home from boot camp, a friend of mine said that there was a party in Madison that he asked me if I wanted to go with him, and I said yeah, but he said we need a ride. And so I asked several people if I could borrow their car to go, and nobody wanted to borrow me a car. So the street mentality kicked back in, and we went and stole a car. And we went to Madison, and on the way back, we got pulled over, and we ran, and we got caught at the rest area. And so I told the police right then and there, like, I did it. I stole the car. I went and picked them up. We went to Madison, told them the whole story. And I ended up getting 2 years unsupervised probation because I was in the Marine Corps. And then in 1994, I caught a substantial battery case that was dismissed. And then at the end of 94, I caught a gun case, felon in possession, because I was heavy in the streets again, with gang banging and all that, and people were trying to take my life. So I was protecting myself. But this particular day, a guy was trying to rob me, and he was behind me, he put the gun to my head. And when I went to reach to grab the gun, when I hit the barrel of the gun, I made him pull the trigger, and he shot me in the hand. So when I ended up at the hospital, I was telling the nurse or the doctor, whatever it was, in the emergency room, what happened, and he was arguing with me about that couldn't have happened. And I'm telling him what happened. So I just say, well, whatever. I shot myself, whatever. I don't care. Just fix my hand. So he's ended up stopping the bleeding. Said I had to go I was at St. Michael's. Well, it used to be St. Michael's on Villard. And he said I had to go to the county to get surgery because I didn't have insurance. So my sister was going to drive me to the county, and the police were there. They took me. And so when I got released from the county, they sent me from the county hospital. The police were there to pick me up, and they took me to the county jail. And I ended up getting 2 years, a 2-year sentence, but they stayed the sentence and gave me 2 years probation. And I did a 2 years probation, got off probation. And then in 1998, I caught a federal case. And I ended up with 20 years in a federal case. I did 17 years and 9 months. Came home on the federal case. I got charged and convicted for 1959 violent crime and native racketeering. And so I did 17 years and 9 months, came home, did 3 years supervised release. And when I got home, I started working with I was on the implementation team of 414 Life, which is the violence interruption scene in Milwaukee. And they used my life story to build the program. And so I was in front of the cameras and on panels talking about my life story and how I came home to help people not go through the things that I went through as far as incarceration and the court system. And so from there, I left Born for Life, and I came to an organization called Free Movement, which is an advocacy group that works with formerly incarcerated and justice impacted women and girls, and trying to change some of the laws or implement some laws that are beneficial for women and girls during incarceration. For example, making it illegal for them to handcuff and shackle women and girls while they're pregnant, and incarcerated. And so I've been doing that, and then I also work with a program called Advanced Peace, where I'm a neighborhood change agent, and I have 4. I'm supposed to have 6, but I just started, so I have 4 fellows that I mentor every day, that I visit every day. I communicate with them every day, at least 3 times a day, and we build life maps for them according to their goals, and I help them navigate through life to get to achieve those goals. And so I'm seeking a pardon because there's a lot of things in our communities that need to be changed legislatively, and I want to play a part in that. And one of my, I guess, aspirations is to run for alderman here in Milwaukee to help facilitate some of the legislative changes that we need to have within our community. And so that's why I'm seeking a pardon.
Thank you, Mr. Mendoza. I will open up to questions from the board. Cindy.
Good morning, Mr. Mendoza. Thank you for the work you're doing on reentry. It's really important work. And I'm sure it's resonates with you, given your life history and your
Yes, ma'am.
background. I want to talk about the federal crime. What was the crime in 1998?
So I got charged with a 3-count indictment. Well, I only had 3 counts to the indictment. It was a whole bunch of counts. I think it was like 80 some counts. I got charged with violation of the RICO Act, conspiracy to commit RICO, and a $10 million drug conspiracy.
Okay, but what did you do? I mean,
Well,
give me the lay person's. What were
I
you
got
doing?
I got charged. I got the predicate acts in there were of course the drugs, selling
Yep.
drugs, attempted murder, a few attempted murders, and a couple of kidnappings.
Okay, and you were involved in all of that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you got 20-year prison sentence, and you served how many?
17 years and 9 months.
Wow. Okay,
And 3 years supervised release.
and 3 years supervisory. So when did you discharge off of federal oversight?
February 26th, 2019.
2019. Okay, and you were at Oxford, part of that?
No, ma'am.
You
I
never went there. Okay.
No, I never did any time. Any of my time was never in the Midwest. I was
okay.
in Maryland, Kentucky, California, South Carolina, and Arkansas.
Okay. So 2019, you're completely off supervision, federal, state, since
Yes.
2019. And now you've
Yes.
gotten engaged in this work. Okay. Got it.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And within that time frame, I
Okay.
purchased a home. I'm a homeowner, and I'm a law-abiding citizen, 1,000%.
That's good. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, I think that covers it from us, Mr. Mendoza. I appreciate your time, and we'll join the thank you for your work as a violence interrupter. That was really interesting to read about in your application material, so thank you for that. And I hope you
Yes,
enjoy the
ma'am.
weekend.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you. Our next applicant is Stephen Miller. Mr. Miller. Mr. Miller, do we have you with us in the Zoom? Okay, we've got a couple of kind of unnamed iPhone type call-ins. So Mr. Miller, if you are in the Zoom and you can hear us, just let me know and we can come back to you. In the meantime, we will go on to Sharon Johnson. Ms. Johnson.
Click on mute. Hello.
Hello.
Can you see me? Okay.
We can't see you quite yet. We'll try prompting you to turn on your video.
Help me. I see. Start my video. Allow.
There we go.
Oh. Hi.
Hello, Ms. Johnson. Ms. Johnson, can you hear us?
It's on mute.
Oh, there we
Can
go.
you hear
Nope.
me?
We can hear you
Okay.
now. I think you were just frozen for a minute.
Okay. How you doing? How is everybody?
Excellent. Go right ahead.
Okay. Sorry. Okay, what do I do? What you mean? They can hear me. They can. Okay, they're gonna ask you questions.
Yeah, we can hear you, Ms. Johnson. Just go right ahead with those 3 questions.
Oh, what are the questions?
Okay, we're gonna ask you to spend about 3 minutes speaking to the questions we sent you in advance. So the first is to give us a brief summary of the offense that you're seeking a pardon for and how your sentence went. We're not here to retry the crime. We just want to hear from you in your own words what happened. Why don't we start there and then I'll give you the next one.
Okay, because I didn't get any questions. I'm a felon for uttered forgery. And do I tell what happened?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The incident, I was helping a friend. I had a family associate that had a bar on Atkinson in Milwaukee, and he cashed checks. And he had been doing it for years. Okay. My son's aunt was her uncle's payee. And she asked me, could I take her to cash, to get the cash the check. She said, because she lost her ID. So I took her to the bar, J&J's bar, to get the check cash, which was a U.S. Treasury check for $10,000. I took her there. I introduced her to the owner, and I let them talk. He called me back in the bar. He's like, okay, and he showed me the check. He said, can you vouch for this? You know, I knew she was a decent person, and I also knew he was very decent. He said, can you vouch for this? I said, yeah. He said, should be nothing behind this check, right? I said, no, I promised him that it wouldn't. He said, well, put your name on it. Stupid as that sound, I did it. But I really believed that it wouldn't be nothing behind it. Okay, then I left. I let them finish talking. I went back to the car. Next thing I know, later on, there's a guy, a detective from Chicago, Illinois, is looking for me. Okay, he knocks on my door. I talked to him. He told me that I was being indicted for 65 years for a U.S. Treasury check. Anyway, what happened? I'm skipping everything. The uncle was upset because she cashed the check and gave him what she felt that he, needed at the time. He got mad and he reported the check stolen. Me not knowing that was a ring that was going on at the time. That's how that went. He reported the check stolen. And the guy that cashed the check was had been under investigation for the last 5 years at that time. So that's like two different things going on that I knew nothing about.
Okay. Got it, Ms. Johnson. And now let's move on to how your life has changed since then. Can you tell us a little bit about your current employment, any volunteer activities? How are things different for you now?
Well, I got 2 associate degrees in culinary arts. I'm like 35 years in with childcare. I'm up to level 7. I'm CBR certified, forklift certified. I'm a foster parent. I got a lot of credentials. I got a lot of certifications. I done a lot, and I'm still doing it. The felon is getting in the way. I can't really do much, but I want my name, to be free. That was the first time I got in trouble and the last.
Understood. Thank you, Ms. Johnson. We're going to open it up to questions from the board. Cindy?
Okay. Ms. Johnson, so are you still employed as a personal care worker for Advanced Care?
Yes.
Or you are? Okay. And is that full-time employment, or do you do other
Yes,
part-time?
I have one client, so.
Okay.
But I'm with GT Independence too. I have one client with them too.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Ms. Johnson, just one from me. It looks like you were ordered to pay about $10,000 in restitution. Did you pay all of that?
It's paid down to $4,000.
Okay, and are you making payments on that?
Yes, they take it out. They take it out of, different things. Yes, I am.
Okay, do you know about how much you're paying a month?
I'm not paying a month. I pay lump sums. I pay lump sums of it. Like when I get money here or there, I'll just pay a nice lump sum. That's why I say it's down to $4,000 now.
Okay. How about this? Can you give me an estimate of like how much longer about you think it'll take you to pay that off?
Where is she? Okay.
Oh, I think you froze again.
I'm sorry. No, my phone rung.
Okay. Oh, I can hear you.
I'm sorry. My phone had rung. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I was just wondering if you could give us an estimate of about how much longer you think it'll take you to pay that remaining $4,000.
I will say within 2 months.
Okay, great. Thank you. Appreciate your time today.
At the most. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
Okay.
Well, 2 months sounds good.
I will say within about 4 months at the most. Within about 4 months at the most, it should be all clear.
That sounds good. Well, thank you so much for your time today, Ms. Johnson. We don't have any other questions for you, so I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Okay, you too. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up we have William Lepke, Mr. Lepke.
You ain't been in trouble since then. They probably just...
Can you hear me?
Now we can. There we go.
Hi, my name is Bill Lepke. More than 30 years ago, I got in trouble for stealing a quad runner with a former friend. I sat a year in jail. Since then, I've started 3 businesses. Actually, I just bought another business like 6 months ago. And I focused most of my time on my family. I pleaded guilty because I was guilty, and I make no excuses for what I did. I would like a pardon because I have been denied several licenses, bartending license, utility license for doing water and sewer, and a certificate to do DOT work. I am not the same person I was 30 years ago. I've grown up a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Lepke. Questions from the board? Cindy.
Good morning, sir. In your application for the crime, you say that you got a call from your friend that he had run out of gas, and asked if you could pick him up with your truck, and that you went and had no idea that the ATV had been stolen. That's not what the criminal complaint, of course, says. The criminal complaint says that you were dropped off with this person and you were actively involved in stealing the ATV. So which is correct, and why do you say you had no idea in your application?
I loaded the 4-wheeler up at the end of Rushkey's driveway. It was.
I'm sorry?
I loaded the 4-wheeler up. Me and the girl I was going out with at the time loaded it up at the end of Rushkey's driveway.
Right, but in your, in your statement under number 9 in your application, you say you received a call from so-and-so that he ran out of gas.
Charlie Summons.
Yeah, I eventually learned the 4-wheeler had been stolen. I didn't enter the building. It had been taken from myself. I thought I was helping a friend when he had already taken the 4-wheeler. But that's not true, right?
Excuse me?
What you put in your application isn't accurate, correct?
I guess I don't remember what's in the application.
Well, it's kind of important to accurately talk about the crime you committed. And in your application, you say you were unaware it was stolen and you were duped by a friend.
I realized it was stolen. And I'm not denying, not minimizing, I was there, I did it.
Okay. I just, I'm not sure why you wouldn't have just said that in your application. Things would be a lot easier for the board to review then when you accept responsibility. But when you put a statement in your application that says, I didn't have any idea. And now today you're saying, yes, you did know and you participated.
Yes.
Okay.
Other questions? Officer Lewis.
Good morning. 2023 operating while intoxicated. What was going on there?
What's that?
Well, 2023, it looks like there was a conviction for operating while intoxicated.
Yes.
Okay. What was the circumstances around that?
I was on a side-by-side in private property and I got in a wreck and they called the ambulance and the police came and I got a DNR drunk driving ticket.
Okay. Were you on ATV then?
Yes.
I don't know what a side-by-side is, but that's an ATV type.
Yes.
Take vehicle, okay. Has that been your only alcohol-related conviction then, it looks like?
No, I think in 2010, I got a disorderly conduct.
Right, as far as, like traffic, OWI type
Yeah.
stuff. Yeah, okay.
Urban
And
road,
then,
right?
yeah, I wanted to touch on the disorderly conduct, incidents as well. 92, 2003, and then 2010. So what is going on? That's, you know, 3 separate incidents, some with domestic abuse enhancers.
Domestic abuse.
Let's see.
I'm sorry, this is also old. I don't remember any of this.
2003 misdemeanor disorderly conduct with domestic abuse enhancers, what we call it. Misdemeanor battery, domestic abuse enhancer. That one, however, was dismissed. 2003, this one was also dismissed, but worth noting, it's a part of that incident, misdemeanor domestic abuse attempt to intimidate or dissuade a victim from reporting.
I honestly don't remember that.
Okay. You don't remember being convicted of disorderly conduct, domestic abuse related incident in 2003?
Maybe. I had a house I was renting to a girl, and she didn't pay the power bill, and I found out that the bill wasn't paid, so I went and paid it, and I went in the house and I shut the power off on her, and she called the cops on me.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure that's it.
Okay. What is the 2010 disorderly conduct in Richland County?
I was at a country concert and I got drunk. Went to jail.
What was the disorderly conduct, right? So disorderly conduct is behavior causing a disturbance in a public area.
I was arguing with a friend of mine and we got into it.
Okay. All right, thank you, sir.
Other questions from the board? Okay, I think that covers it then, Mr. Lepke. Appreciate your time and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
All right, thank you.
Our next applicant is Jamail Joyner. Mr. Joyner?
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Joyner. We can hear you, but we cannot see you yet.
1 second. What was it next to start the video?
There we go.
Hello. It started off in 2008. Me and one of my friends, we came up with a foolish idea and decided to burglarize someone's home. I didn't know at that time that it was going to be so big of an impact on my life later on down the road. I was young, foolish, and just out there just doing crazy stuff. And really, now that I'm older and I think about it, it didn't make any sense because I had a job. I was working at McDonald's at the time. So it ain't like I needed the money. I was just young and foolish. And I ended up serving 9 months and 4 years on probation. I got off probation, early release. I paid all my restitution. They let me off probation, early release. He seen that I was a nice dude. He said, "Man, you don't drink, you don't smoke, you haven't given me any problems." It just seemed like it was one mistake, and I haven't been arrested ever since then. But since my arrest, since I've been out, I started a family. I got 5 kids. Me and my fiance. I'm a family man trying to take care of the family, and like I said, I didn't know later on down the road it was going to be such a headache for me as far as being a felon. Because now I'm applying for jobs that I really want, and they deny me because of my felon, or they're hiring me, and then later on, maybe a week or two later, they'll fire me because that my background came through and I'm a felon, all because I made that one mistake when I was 18 years old. And here it is another 17, 18 years later, and that mistake I made affected me all the way now. And that's the reason why I'm searching for a partner so I can find a better job and support my family. I'm helping my disabled nephew. So yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Joyner. Some questions for you, Cindy.
Yep. Good morning, Mr. Joyner. Are you still employed at Walmart?
No.
Okay.
Right now I'm employed at healthcare. I do
Healthcare?
healthcare, yes.
What kind of healthcare? Where? At
Oh,
a hospital or
no, home healthcare. I work
home
at
health?
I'm dietary. I do dietary.
Okay. And you work for an agency or you're
I,
how does that?
I work for Mitchell Manor. It's a home healthcare. It's a facility nursing home. I'm
Oh,
sorry,
okay.
nursing home.
Okay. And you do dietary, you prepare meals or
Yes, prepare them and serve them.
Okay. Do you enjoy that work?
Yeah, no, it's a job. I say that it's a job.
Okay. And I know part of the reason you're seeking a partner is to get a better job.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And you may have seen this, but the district attorney who reviewed your application supports your application for a pardon. And you know,
Yes.
Governor Evers will make the final decision, but do you have any reaction to the district attorney's support?
No, I'm just happy he do support it.
Mr. Lewis.
Good morning. Can you talk about the fatherhood program that you completed? I'm not familiar with that, and I'd be interested to know what that is and what it entails and when that was, how you're still involved or not involved.
Yeah, as of right now, I'm not involved with it anymore. But I completed it when I was in jail. There was a fatherhood program that they wanted me to attend, and I completed. Man, I forgot. I completed like another 2 different programs while I was in there. But yeah, it was just pretty much touching on when I get outside how to be more of a positive side to society instead of being the negative, and you know just all in general being a better me, you know.
Have you been involved with anything like that since you've not been?
Well, I've helped my mother's church with little, like they have little get-togethers or like a selling dinners or whatever, and I volunteer there from time to time.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
No problem.
Mr. Joyner, just one for me. You talk about this a little bit in your application, but it looks like there was a 2012 temporary restraining order against you. Then the injunction was later denied. But you talk about that being placed by your sister, who was unhappy
Yes.
about you cooperating with CPS. Is her child the nephew that you care for now?
Yes.
Okay.
It's her child, yes.
So it sounds like you've repaired that relationship a little bit. How are you guys
Yes,
doing
I literally just got off the phone with her maybe an hour before I got into the Zoom call. Yes, the relationship is repaired now.
now? Okay, great. Thank you. Any other questions from the board? All right, thank you, Mr. Joyner. Appreciate your time, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
You too.
Next up, we have Dr. Shirley Motry. Dr. Motry?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And may I first express my sincere thanks.
Dr. Motry, I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. We don't have your video yet. Are you able to turn that on?
Oh, okay.
We'll try prompting you.
Okay.
There we are.
Okay, thank you. First, I'd like to express my sincere thanks and appreciation to the Pardon Board for this exemplary opportunity. And I'm ready to move forward.
Okay, great. We sent you 3 questions in advance of today's hearing. We'd like you to spend about 3 minutes addressing those. Do you have those in front of you, or would you like me to repeat them?
No, I think I'm good. Okay. First, I would like to say that I made an error in judgment that has impacted my life. I had 2 checking accounts, one at First Star Bank and one at Tri-City National Bank. And the mistake I made was writing 2 checks from First Star Bank to Tri-City Bank without checking to make sure that adequate funds were in my accounts. At the time, I was an employee at the Wisconsin Department of Public Instruction, and I was an education consultant serving the urban districts, Racine, Beloit, Kenosha, and Milwaukee. And I had to spend an awful lot of time traveling to and from to handle the work that I was assigned there. While that does not clear me of anything, I wasn't attentive to my business, and I wrote 2 checks, and the checks did not have the adequate funds. And so I was ordered by the courts to pay restitution, which I completed. I believe my sentencing date was June the 26th, 2003. And my requirement was completed on June the 26th, 2005, totaling $2,859.66. And since that time, I'm much more vigilant relative to my bank finances and particularly my checking accounts. I had not been in trouble with the law before, and it was very traumatic for me. However, I kept God in my life, apologized to myself, and moved forward.
Thank you. Questions from the board? Cindy?
Good morning, Dr. Moultrie.
Good morning.
I want to thank you for all the volunteer work that you do and your desire to expand that and work more with children.
Yes.
So thank you for that. The district attorney who reviewed your application supports your application for a pardon. Now, you understand that Governor Evers will make the final decision, but can you reflect on that support and what that might mean to you?
Well, I'm grateful for the support that I received because God knows I never intended or to break the law. And I've always been respectful of the law, whether I agree with it or not. And in my work, I certainly encourage others to obey the laws as well. And if you don't like the law, get an education and get in a position so that you can help change the law. And I'm just deeply honored to receive that from him. And I sincerely hope that I get the same consideration from the Pardon Board.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you, Dr. Moultrie. That covers it from us. Appreciate your time, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Okay. May God continue to bless you in the work that you do on behalf of his people. And again, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right. I'm going to do one more call for Stephen Miller. Mr. Miller?
Can I leave?
Oh, you can. Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Miller, do we have you with us in the Zoom?
Hello,
Yes, Mr. Miller.
I don't know if I'm in yet.
We can hear you, we can't see you, but we'll try prompting you to turn on your video. There we go.
Okay, perfect. I've used that Zoom for work so many times, but I'm sorry, today I had a problem with it.
That's okay, it happens to us all.
Yeah, so my name is Steve Miller. I had some problems with my child support. Okay. Everything has been resolved. And I'm trying to get a pardon because for voting is very, very important to me. I know that a lot of people went on and on again, but this has been on my, please forgive me. I had a stroke about 4 years ago. So the talking thing is a little bit bad. So please forgive me. The governor pardon is very good, very important to me. Everything has been resolved, like I said, and it's, I don't know, water under the bridge, I'd like to say, but it's been a long time that it's been over, and I would like to please have some kind of, I want the pardon, please.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Before we open it up for questions from the board, I want to speak to one thing that you noted and that you said in your application, which is that one of the reasons you're seeking a pardon is to vote. So I just want to let you and anyone who might be watching on the YouTube know that in Wisconsin, you generally can vote once you've finished your entire sentence. So being off paper, finishing probation or parole. So you likely are eligible to vote regardless of the outcome of today's hearing, at least here in Wisconsin. So I would encourage you to look into that no matter what happens with your pardon. And with that, I'll open up for questions from the board. Officer Lewis.
Good afternoon, sir. Okay, so you have, how many children do you have?
3. One is just passed with help, and this is the one that had the problem with, he died with leukemia about 2014.
Okay. And that is the child that is the child that you were not making the payments for?
Yes.
Okay. And you have 2 other children?
Yes.
Okay. Were you with the mother of those children? Were you married? Were you in a relationship with the mother of those children? Is it the same person?
I was married with the 2, and the girlfriend of the one who's deceased.
Okay. Were you making child support payments for those children?
Yes.
Okay.
And everything is done with everything.
Okay.
I think I should have had some kind of something to say that I have it, did it.
How was your relationship with your children when they were growing up?
Very good.
Okay. How about as adults?
As an adult, my son that, for my previous marriage or the marriage is very close. The daughter is not. She's gone with her mother and no, so I can't talk to her.
Okay. Like she chooses not to speak to you, or?
Yes.
Okay. What's the reasons for that, do you think?
I have no idea. I mean, I don't know. She's like her mother, I guess.
Okay. And then your son that passed, first of all, I'm sorry that that happened. I know that was probably a very difficult time for everyone in your family. Cancer is awful. How was your relationship with that son?
Great. He's a good guy, really good kid. And I spent as much time as I could with him until I went to Hawaii to get a job, and because I had to pay for things. And so it was a big a job that was really lucrative. And so he and his mother actually came to Hawaii, and so we were good to see. It was great to see him then.
And when did he pass? In 2014, you said?
Yes, ma'am.
How was your relationship with him in those final years?
I left my my job because being up there on the mainland. So I did a lot of times that I went to see the hospital, and
Okay. Are you currently sober?
yes,
How long have you been sober for?
since my stroke.
Okay. Drugs and alcohol, like marijuana?
I don't do anything.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Cindy?
Good morning, Mr. Miller. 2007, you had a misdemeanor criminal damage and a disorderly conduct read in as a repeater. What were the circumstances of that crime?
It was over a bar tab. I was a bartender, and I was trying to get the money from him, and he opened his door or window. Sorry, pardon me, and I threw a punch after he said something about my mother. And so going back, I thought, I could have reacted a lot different and just, had the police do it rather than me. With that, I had to do what's it called, with anger management.
Mhm.
And it was I had waiting for like a year and on a list in Door County, and finally they said, we don't know when you're going to be able to do the anger management. And so I said, okay, I'm going to go to Hawaii, and I'm going to get this good job and I'm going to get as much money, pay as much as I can now. when I went to Maui, they didn't want me. They didn't have this anger management, and they also in Wisconsin said, they don't really do that anymore. That's back in the, like you said, I think it was 07 or something.
Yeah.
So my court date came up, and I said, okay, I had to do it, at 3:00 in the morning to make sure that I was going to be, in that time zone. And the judge did not want to hear about anything like going to Hawaii or anything like that. So after I left, I said, I need to fix this. I had bail chumping and things that I couldn't. They didn't give me a good shot at a job, so I wanted to. I said I had my own. I said I gave up, and I talked to an attorney, and the judge put me into for, I think it was 6 months of jail. All the restitution is finished, and everything should be good as far as that. This is a long time ago, and I forget. I don't forget.
No, it's fine. You did fine.
I'm
Thank you.
sorry.
No, that's fine. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, thank you, Mr. Miller. That covers it from us. I appreciate your time today, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and that was our last applicant of the morning session. So at this time, I will entertain a motion to move the board into closed session pursuant to Wisconsin statute, section 19.85, sub 1, sub A, sub D, and sub F for purposes of deliberations concerning specific cases before the board, considering specific applications, and considering financial, medical, and or social and personal histories of specific persons. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion by Lewis. Do I have a
Second.
second? Second by Cindy. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed. Motion carries, and the board will meet in closed session. Board members, I'll ask for just a moment to get our live stream stopped. Hi, everyone. If you're just joining us in the Zoom, we're going to give everyone a minute to get in and connected to audio, and we'll get started in just a few minutes. All right. I think we've got most folks in from the Zoom waiting room, and it looks like our live stream has picked up, so we'll go ahead and get started. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mel Barnes, and I'm Chief Legal Counsel to Governor Evers and the Chair of his Pardon Advisory Board. I'm going to introduce my fellow board members today and then go through a little bit of housekeeping about how this afternoon's hearing will work, and then we'll get started hearing from all of you. So with us today, we have board member Cindy O'Donnell, who served as the Deputy Secretary for the Department of Corrections under Governors Thompson, McCallum, and Doyle. She also served as a division administrator under Attorneys General Lautenschlager and Van Hollen. And we have board member Jennifer Lewis, who is an officer with the Madison Police Department. Officer Lewis holds a master's in social work and a degree in counseling, and she previously worked providing frontline response for the Rape Crisis Center and advocating for policies that benefit women and families in Wisconsin. A couple of notes about how today's hearing will work. First, please keep in mind that we are being live streamed via Wisconsin Eye and YouTube. For that reason, we're going to ask you to keep your cameras off and yourself muted until it is your turn to present to the board. That'll allow us to focus on the person who's presenting and make sure we can hear clearly. If you do run into any IT issues with the Zoom, don't worry. Someone from staff will give you a call, reach out, and try to troubleshoot that with you. If it means we need to come back to you because tech isn't cooperating when it's your turn, we can certainly do that. Otherwise, we're going to call on applicants in the order listed in the agenda and open meeting notice, and each applicant will have about 5 minutes total with the board. We're going to ask you to spend the first 3 of those minutes speaking to the questions you were sent in advance of the hearing today. As a reminder, those are to first give us a brief summary of the offense that you're seeking a pardon for and how your sentence went. We're not here to retry the crime. You don't need to minimize your involvement. We just want to hear from you in your own words what happened. Second, to give us a brief statement about what you've done since the completion of your sentence, community involvement, employment, essentially where you're at now and how your life is different than the time of your offense. And third, and finally, a brief statement about why you're seeking a pardon and why you think the governor should grant you one. Once you've spent about 3 minutes speaking to those questions, we'll open it up and see if the board has any follow-up for you. Don't read too much into it either way if we do or do not have questions. As you know, your application materials are quite thorough. We've spent a lot of time with those in advance of today's hearing, but if there are questions, things we want clarified, we want to make sure we get to those so we can make a thoughtful recommendation to the governor. Once you're done answering any questions we have for you, you're welcome to sign off and leave the Zoom hearing. And then once all of you have been heard, the board will meet in closed session and decide whether or not to recommend your application to the governor for a pardon. You need a majority support of board members present in order for your application to be forwarded to Governor Evers, who will then make the final decision about whether or not to grant you a pardon. Either way, you'll hear about the outcome of today's hearing about 1 to 2 months from today. We understand you've been really patient just to get to today's hearing, and thank you for giving us that extra time so we can make recommendations to the governor. With that, we'll go ahead and get started with our first applicant of the afternoon session, which is Anton Williams. Mr. Williams, we're ready to hear from you.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Great.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. We can't see you quite yet.
Okay, let's see.
There we are.
Okay. Hey, let's see. So a brief summary. I was arrested for selling drugs in my youth in 1996, also in 2002 when I was pretty young. Just basically I was in the streets making bad decisions, and I had to pay for my mistakes. And I was sentenced to, the first time in prison, I was sentenced to 3 years, 5-year state sentence. And the second time I was sentenced to 8 years in prison with 7 years probation. And since being released, I've moved to Chicago. So I've been in Chicago for going on 16 years. I've been working at Ford Motor Company for approximately 15 years. And I've just done things to change my life around. I adopted my younger brothers. I put them through high school. And I've done some community work as far as speaking at youth conventions and things like that. And also St. Sabina Church. I bought a home, and I also bought a rental property. I've just basically tried to change my life around and just be a better person and try to inspire people to do different from the path that I chose, and just tried to be an example and just be a person, just be a leader amongst young people.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. We'll open up to questions from the board. Cindy.
Good afternoon, Mr. Williams. It looks like after Ford Motor Company, you went to work for Hogan Transportation. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
Do you still work there, or?
Briefly. No, I'm back at Ford Motor Company.
Oh, you went back to Ford?
Yes, I went back
Okay.
to Ford.
Okay. And are you a driver there still, or?
Yes, well, I actually just got a new job position. I am a road tester, which is an inspector. You inspect cars, make sure they get up to speed, make sure that all the lights and seats and the functions work in a vehicle.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, so that's what I do now.
I hope they pay you well.
They do.
Oh, good. You got your HSED in prison. Good for you.
Thank you.
And then when you got out, you took guardianship of your 12-year-old brother. Is that right? Have I got
Yes.
that right? And then you mentioned you adopted him?
Yes. Well, I end up getting legal custody of him. So I did say adopt, but I end up getting legal custody of him, and the other one I got a legal guardianship for.
Was he younger?
Yeah, they were 12 and 14 or 11 and 14, I think.
Okay. How are they doing now?
Well, one's doing pretty good. One's working. He keeps steady employment. The younger one, he's still a handful. He still hasn't figured it out. Let me say that. Yeah.
More challenging, huh?
Yes,
Well,
absolutely.
I hope you impart your wisdom and keep him out of the criminal justice system, right?
Yes, he has stayed clear and free from the criminal justice system. He hasn't gotten in any trouble. I just try to motivate him, and I try to be an example to him as I'm the older brother.
Yeah.
So I just try, but he still doesn't listen much. He don't listen well.
Well, good for you taking that on. Good for you. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Other questions from the board? Mr. Williams, just one or two for me. It looks like in 2001, 2002, there were a couple of restraining orders or temporary restraining orders that were issued, and then an injunction was ultimately denied. But can you tell us a little bit about what was going on there?
Me and my wife were separated, and we were trying to work it out. And one night we end up getting into an altercation because of me. We didn't agree on something, and she ended up filing a restraining order. And shortly after that, I ended up going to prison for the charges we speak of today.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And then just had one other question for you. Actually, you answered that when we were speaking. Never mind. Any other questions from the board? All right. Thank you, Mr. Williams. That covers it from us then. I appreciate your time, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Okay, thank you guys for the opportunity just to even be in this meeting. I appreciate the consideration.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Goodbye.
All right. Next, we have Stephen Riley. Mr. Riley.
Hello.
Hello.
Good afternoon. My name is Stephen Riley. Thank you for taking the time to meet with me today and consider my request for a pardon. I was charged with failure to pay child support in 2006. My ex-wife and I had disagreements regarding visitation of my two sons. And at the time, I thought if she wasn't going to allow me to see the children, I wasn't going to pay the child support. After many years, I feel that the sentence was tough, but it made me realize doing things the wrong way doesn't work. Since my sentence, I've stayed current with all my child support payments, paid extra to pay off the arrears. I've had a number of different jobs in different industries, but it was always important to maintain employment and make sure the child support got paid. Sometimes it was difficult to be able to afford the payments and still be able to do the things my boys needed me to do. I feel there's times that I went without so they wouldn't. Over the last 20 years, I've worked very hard to maintain the relationship with my children. Even though their mother and I are divorced, I wanted to make sure they never felt they were without their father. Both my boys have grown up to be outstanding individuals. My oldest is a Marine Corps veteran who is going to school to be a police officer. My youngest son is a correctional officer for the state of Wisconsin in Portage. I'm a very proud father and lucky to have two sons that have exceeded any expectations I had for them. I'm an avid outdoorsman. Nature has been my sanctuary, and over the years, I've used outdoor experiences to bond with my boys. As often as possible, we'd be fishing on the weekend, shore fishing, paddling around an old secondhand canoe, or fishing from a rebuilt old fishing boat. We made memories and had great father-son discussions when the fish weren't biting. Ice fishing, hiking, picnicking, bow hunting, and an annual summer camping trip were also priorities. Through the years, I've been limited to the things I can do with them because this charge prohibits me from having or using firearms, specifically for deer hunting and small game hunting. As the boys have grown into young adults, they have suggested taking trips to Canada to experience the outstanding quality of fishing that we've seen on TV shows. But again, this felony charge prohibits me from doing that. I feel I should receive a pardon because I feel that I paid the consequences for my actions, especially during the time when the boys were growing up and the child support payments were still required. At this time, my boys are 25 and 26 years old. I would like to be able to participate in the tradition of deer gun hunting with my sons and make new memories during those times. I would like to be able to fish in Canada if the opportunity ever presented itself to go with my sons. The felony was a necessary punishment at the time to enforce child support payments, but those payments are now complete. My boys are adults, and I would like to be able to live without further restrictions on my actions. I appreciate your consideration for this pardon.
Thank you, Mr. Riley. Questions from the board? Officer Lewis.
Hello, good afternoon.
Hello.
I'm flipping through here. On your application, where it asks about any other interactions with law enforcement, you talk about a 2018 disorderly conduct charge.
Yes.
What was that about?
So that was when my son had left to go to boot camp, and there's an interaction with my ex-wife at that time that she didn't want me to go to the airport to say goodbye to him. And I felt stricken that, I wasn't able to go. And in that time, I didn't go, I didn't interact with her, but I did end up sitting at home and feeling sorry for myself that I couldn't be there to see my son off. And I kind of started drinking and I went a little overboard, and my wife felt that I was putting myself in a bad situation. And she was the one that contacted the police officers and said, I'm scared that he might do something, even though I wasn't going to. I just had taken it overboard. I then went into an inpatient treatment, or an outpatient treatment for 30 days and completed that. And I've been very active in AA since then. I've been sober for 8 years, or it'll be 8 years in July.
Okay.
So I feel that, it was a one-off thing, and alcoholism does run in my family. And I felt that I needed to take the actions at that time. And, they said, we understand the situation. You complete all this, we're going to drop the disorderly conduct. And I just wanted to be forthcoming that even though the charges were dropped, that was the situation. And
Yeah, absolutely.
I've been very, very active in the AA community and go to meetings on a regular basis.
You still do?
100%.
Okay. Are you, do you like sponsor other members, or what's a good long time to be in AA? Have you taken on any other like roles within your group?
I did when I was living in Delavan in southern Wisconsin. I've just recently moved to northern Wisconsin. So I was active in I led some meetings. I tried sponsoring a couple guys. Sponsoring is tough. It is tough. And, the guys really need to be committed to work the steps and be able to do it. So since I've moved up here, the community is much smaller in northern Wisconsin. So, I've been up here since September. So getting in with a meeting and getting to know the people that are up here and seeing the new people that are coming in. And, I'm hoping that, there's not a lot of people that go to the meetings up here. There's usually 3 or 4. And there's a couple meetings that NA guys do come in from out of town because there's not regular meetings in every city. You have to travel half hour, 45 minutes to go to different meetings. So I've been meeting different people, and, my hope is that I'll continually grow within the program and be able to get more opportunities to sponsor other people and, tell them my story and, how I've gotten to where I'm at.
So even though you've moved, you're still working your sobriety and maintaining that relationship. Where did you move to in September?
Phillips, Wisconsin.
Okay. Well, congratulations on your sobriety.
Thank you.
And you said, what year was that you got sober? Would you say, well, when that incident happened, 2018? Okay.
100%, yes.
Okay. And then what about the OWI, the third third offense OWI in 2018. What was that about?
I've never gotten an OWI.
Okay, maybe we can,
So on the CCAP thing, I have a very large family and Riley is the common name. I've seen that charge on there before.
okay.
I believe that that is a distant relative of my father's nephew's son. Like I've never been, I hold a valid Class A CDL. So
Sure, okay.
I've never been charged with an OWI.
Okay. I just wanted to double check because you did disclose the other 2018 incident on your application.
Correct.
So I was wondering where the disconnect was between one and not the other, but that,
Yeah, that was
that.
not me. That was a non-driving incident.
Yep.
I've held a valid
Like a
Class A
tech welfare,
CDL.
it sounds like.
Yeah, I've held a valid Class A CDL for a number of years. So
Great. Thank you, sir. And again, congratulations on your sobriety.
thank you.
Cindy?
Yeah, I just want to go back, Mr. Riley, to the crime itself. It looks like, so you were convicted of 2 counts, failure. The first one was in 2003. You were 25 at the time, and you failed to provide the child support for your 2 kids who were about 3 years old at the time. The 2 boys, does that sound right?
I believe so. I think when they did the charges, they did it for each boy. So
No, because then
I
you
don't-
had 2005 and 2006. That's when you say you stopped paying to get your visitation rates.
so through the whole
Yeah, go ahead.
scenario, I'm sorry, through the whole scenario, through the divorce, there was always a problem with visitation. And because I moved, we had lived in central Wisconsin. After the divorce, I'd moved to southern Wisconsin. So through the visitation was set in Wood County, and I would come up, pick up the children, and drive back down to central Wisconsin. She didn't like that I was taking them down to down to southern Wisconsin. And she's like, I don't want them going down there. And I said, it was a whole visitation thing. And I was like, well, I don't want to have to fight the visitation. We have visitation. I want to take them down there. And she was like, well, you're not taking them down there. So she made it very difficult, and it was very expensive for me to try to get a lawyer. So in my dumb young mind, I was like, if I don't pay child support, at least I can go and talk to a judge. So in talking to the judge, he's like, you got to stay up on your payments. So then I'd stay up on payments. She wouldn't let me see the kids. And I was like, this isn't right. Like, so then it got to the final point of in 2006 where it got real serious. And I was like, all right, something's got to change. So that's when, I pretty much went broke trying to get mediation and get a lawyer and have everything in writing and change a visitation to where we had to meet. And, through the years, like we actually purchased a family house closer to the boys so that we didn't have to drive all the way down to southern Wisconsin. We could be within a half hour of them to a place that they felt, or that she could feel like, the kids aren't going all the way to southern Wisconsin and I'm in central Wisconsin. So through the years, it got a lot easier with what we chose to do with the children. But yes, at the very beginning, there was a very big struggle for visitation that, it was hard for me to be able to afford to get a lawyer. And I felt that was, like I said, it was a dumb mistake. And I realize that now. And, I own it. I made that decision based upon what I thought I could do at that time.
It looks like you didn't finish paying off the arrears until 2022 or 2023. Is that right?
That is correct.
Why did that take so long?
Just because we had the second place in central Wisconsin that we were paying for. So having to pay 2 different sets of bills to maintain 2 different places for the boy, or, a place for me and then a place that we could stay with the boys, that they were closer to their friends, they were closer to their school activities. It was easier for us to be able to spend more time with them. It was challenging to be able to pay for everything on top of keeping current with the child support and making your arrear payments, that once the child support order got ended, like I started trying to just make as much payments as possible to get those arrears paid off. And I mean, it got expensive. I mean, 2 boys growing up, buying them vehicles, insurance, and school activities. And like I said, trying to maintain 2 houses so that they could have a place closer to their friends, and it was less driving every weekend. We weren't driving, 6, 8 hours in a Friday to Sunday span. We were only having to drive an hour. It made sense to do that. So although it took me a little longer to pay the arrears off, I felt that where I chose to budget the money was to better benefit the boys, and to be able to have more funds to be able to do more things with the boys.
Yeah, I appreciate this challenging. I'm sure it was challenging for your ex-wife to not have child support payments and raising 2 boys without your support.
At the very beginning, yes. And through that, I still, even though I wasn't paying at that time, I was still providing for the kids. Like at the very beginning, I understand that, yes, no, it was difficult. Once I continued to pay and the visitation got worked out, like I made every effort to, purchase school clothes and school supplies, and made sure that they didn't go without. I mean, I always maintained and, keeping up on everything that they wanted, all their athletic programs and extracurricular things that they did in school, and everything that they pretty much wanted. I mean, I helped buy them both vehicles and maintain insurance, and so I understand through the child support aspect of it, like in the early years, yes, but after the conviction, like I continually tried to make it easier in any way possible that I could, because I know I had messed up, and I knew
Well,
that
there's a very nice letter from your oldest son in support of your application. One more question. Are you currently employed, Mr. Riley?
Yes.
And what do you do?
I'm a Minn Kota trolling motor repair technician at Kurtz Island Sports in Minocqua, Wisconsin.
Okay. How long have you done that?
Since we moved up here in September, and I took that job, I believe, beginning of January. I took that, and then I've been working at the sports shop, and then I just completed all the training. So once the season picks up here in the next month, I'll be a full-time service tech for them.
Okay.
So.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? All right, thank you, Mr. Riley. That covers it from us. Hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Robert Fensky. Mr. Fensky.
Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, summary, I'll preface it by saying I'll be 78 next month. This happened 57, 58 years ago. The offense, the burglary, was the Ozaukee County Country Club. Actually, I was given a Huber sentence for that. But in my 20-year-old mind, I thought I walked away to go see my girlfriend, long story short. They took that as escaping from jail and did my original sentence, which I think was probably 5 years. The robbery thing, I have no recollection of at all. I'm sorry, I can't speak to that because it was a long time ago, and I don't know what happened there, but I have no idea. After I got out, I worked with the city of Milwaukee. I was a bridge operator, then I became a bridge operator supervisor. I did the hiring, the firing, took care of the maintenance for the movable bridges in the city of Milwaukee. I retired after 35 years, and I now live in Cedarburg. I have a community service. I did some stuff for Washington Heights with racial steering, white couple, black couple, stuff like that. But I've led a pretty exemplary life. I'm happy. I have a great life. I have a 46-year-old daughter that's a teacher with MPS. And the reason that I'm going through this right now is we have a home in Eastern Europe in Slovenia. And they finally jumped through all the hoops over there, and I have an opportunity to get a 5-year visa. Now my wife's a dual citizenship. And Now we go for 3 months every summer ever since I was retired. But I'd like to get the 5-year visa so I can maybe stay a little longer, do more work on the house, although at 78, that's getting a little more rough. Yeah, that's about it. I'm just, thanks for the time of seeing me. And like I said, the criminal offenses, I haven't visited that stuff in so long. I really don't have much recollection of it all.
Thank you, Mr. Fenske. Yeah, understand 1967 is a long time ago.
It is.
Let's just see if we have any questions from the board. Cindy?
To that point, Mr. Fenske, I would hazard to guess I'm the only board member here today that was born before your offenses were committed. A note you make in your application, but I would assume my other two board members were not. The district attorney reviewed your application and supports your application for a pardon. And you know Governor Evers will make the final decision, but I
Yes.
wonder if you have any reaction to that support.
Well, I'm grateful. I mean, obviously, it's important to me, and I'm glad he saw it that I was a candidate.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? All right. Thank you, Mr. Fenske. I appreciate your time today, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thanks for seeing me. Bye-bye.
Absolutely. All right. Next, we have Evelyn Melendez. Ms. Melendez? Ms. Melendez, I believe I see you in the Zoom.
Okay. Start video. Okay. Sorry, I'm learning everything new for me.
That's okay. We all struggle with the Zoom.
Well, I'm Evelyn Melendez. I was convicted in 2005 for Armstrong robbery, party to a crime. I was under the influence. I made bad choices, and I lost my husband at that time too. So I was grieving and doing the wrong choices and stuff. But going to jail made me wake up and realize the things that that it's not like that. I accomplished. I graduated. I completed, made a house. I'm a little bit nervous. Sorry. I completed, made a house. I got my driver's license. I got my children back, and I'm a first-time homeowner. There's a lot of things that didn't stop me from doing, but this conviction stopped me from being a nurse. I'm a personal care worker. I've been doing it in the same field for more than 15 years. And I just want a pardon because I want to be a nurse, and they told me, why go and do the classes if you're a felon? So with this pardon will help me with a lot of things. And I'm a first-time grandma, and I serve the community and stuff and do things that I, never did before. And, I just want to go back to school and excuse that pardon, because that's the only thing that really holds me back. So I could be a role model for my grandson, And I don't know, I'm just grateful that I accomplished everything that I need, but to further my education in the field that I love, and which is nursing.
Thank you, Ms. Melendez. We'll open up to questions from the board. Cindy?
Yes, good afternoon, Ms. Melendez. As part of the application process, applicants are encouraged to submit letters of support for their application, and you chose not to submit any. Can you tell us why not?
Oh no, I could have, but I really didn't know how to, like, this computer stuff. My boss, she told me she will have me a referral. I've been working for her for more than 8 years. And my other friend, she works for the city. And I just, I thought that maybe with my things that I accomplished by the grace of God, because I didn't do it all by myself, I got support and everything. And I'm still, hanging in there and doing what I got to do.
The second point I just want to make is, and you may be aware of this, but the district attorney who reviewed your application supports your application for a pardon, and you know the governor will make the final decision, but do you have any reaction to the district attorney's support?
Yes, I would. Oh, that'll make my day. I mean, I can finally go back to school like I told my daughter. Nobody's too old. Look at that old lady on TV. She graduated. I want to be that person that fully developed and, the field that I want, because that's what I wanted. But with this, with the pardon, it'll help me reach stars, reach goals, reach things that a minority lady, woman, Hispanic like me, could accomplish. I'm just.
Well, Governor Evers will make the final decision.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Melendez, just one question from me. I see that you report sobriety on your application. Several of your crimes obviously related to substance use. So how long have you been sober?
I've been sober 20 years. Ever since I came out, I've been sober. I still go to meetings. I go to church and stuff. So, yes.
Well, congratulations. That's a very long time.
Yes.
Any other questions from the board? All right. Thank you, Ms. Melendez. That covers it from us. I hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, how do I get out of here?
Next up, we have Jessica Letourneau. Ms. Letourneau.
Okay, can you hear and see me?
Yes, perfect.
My name's Jessica. On April 1st of 2017, I committed the crime of dropping off cigarettes and THC to an inmate work facility. I was sentenced to 24 months probation starting February 6th of 2018 and was early discharged on April 24th, 2019 for good behavior and fees paid. I take full responsibility of my actions that took place then. And with that being said, it's also been one of my biggest regrets and hard lessons learned. I've since remarried and I was going through a divorce at that time. It was a bad one. My ex-husband had made a life incarcerated, pretty much lifelong. And since we've been divorced, I have not had any contact with him, any of his friends that had been inmates anywhere. So none of that anymore. But my husband has a flooring installation business and I do residential cleaning through that. I love it. And with having a felony pardon, it would open more opportunities for myself, such as when I cannot clean anymore, I'd like to do caregiving or hospice care, just helping people more later in life. It would help break barriers with job restrictions so I could gain more clients and they wouldn't have to worry about not trusting me in their house, anything like that. But I have a closed circle. I don't really talk to anybody, kind of a homebody. I have 2 boys, 1 14, and a stepson that's about to be 9 in June, so they keep me busy. In regards to the letters too, I didn't have anyone write in because I felt I don't really talk about it with my family or anything, and I don't have many friends from high school or college that I associate with anymore, so I didn't really have anyone to write in. And if it would have been family, I didn't know how to approach them even about it. So that's where I stand.
Thank you, Ms. Letourneau. We'll open up for questions. Officer Lewis.
Good afternoon. How old are your kids?
14 and 8.
Okay. And you mentioned wanting, to have more professional opportunities, which is totally understandable, especially in your line of work, I think. What about your being involved with your kids' schools? Like, what sort of things would you be interested in doing? Have you been prevented?
Right now, once in a while, I'm able to go on field trips for them. So I would definitely, like my son even had asked me that when he was younger, if I could come with, and I had said, I'm sorry, this is why. So he saw the bad end of what happens when you get a felony. You're restricted a lot with things like that. So
your kids are aware of that?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Have you, has this prevented you already from being involved in your children's activities?
Yes, there was mainly for the elementary school. Middle school, they don't really have you help too much except for like book fairs and stuff like that. But they do have like little carnivals and stuff like that at elementary school. So it would be nice to do that. And like I said, go on field trips more without feeling like I have to watch my back kind of thing. So.
And no other arrests?
Nope. I've never had anything on my record for any reason. So this, like I said, I regret deeply. And even the day I did it, I looked back and like, if you could rewind 5 minutes ago or whatever, and just delete that situation. So.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yep.
Cindy?
Yeah, I do want to talk about the crime a little bit. So you were delivering something you were delivering to someone at the, in Waupun at
Yes.
the prison. And you're also communicating with an inmate at Red Granite
Correct.
about it. Was that your husband?
No,
At Red
that
Granite?
was, he
No.
had friends, they all used to connect with each other, and he would tell me, call this person. The bottom line came to it, I was told if I would drop off that stuff, I would get money. I don't know how that would have worked even, but back in the day, 9 years ago, I had thought maybe money on the phone for my husband and I to talk more with our son at the time, or whatever it might have been. I don't know what really I would have been promised with it, but I went with it. I felt kind of not guilted, but I felt like I had to. So I was manipulated. Even my ex-husband, he made me feel that way. So I felt pressured to do it.
But motivated by money. Is
Yes. And that was the sad thing. After all that, and even after I got the call from the officer about it, it was very embarrassing and not a proud moment of mine.
And can you understand the impact and the danger in people delivering these types of articles?
Absolutely.
Prisons you get that, right?
Yes,
This is
absolutely.
a serious thing when, there's fire hazards in prisons, obviously, with a lot of paperwork around. We don't let people have lighters. We don't let people, and you were dropping lighters off.
Right.
No,
It could have been making
serious
weapons or anything, correct?
Exactly. So you understand the consequences if those items had been obtained.
Absolutely, yes, yes. And at that time, I wasn't even thinking about that, because then, like I said, my ex-husband had people that would call me and they would tell me the things that they would make in prison and jails, and just blew my mind. But I wasn't even thinking about that at the time. So.
Okay. And you've now distanced yourself from anybody that's incarcerated
Oh,
and
yeah,
anybody in the system at all?
After my divorce and I got full custody of my son, and sole custody, we don't talk. He still kept on the bad path where he actually overdosed from, I think it was meth 3 years ago, and he's paralyzed now. So.
Oh, it's terrible. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, thank you, Ms. Letourneau. Appreciate your time, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you. You as well.
Thank you. Next up, we have Alan Banks. Mr. Banks.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Mr. Banks. Yes, go right ahead.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yes, my name is Alan Banks. I'm 59 years old. I moved to Florida. I live in Tonawanda, Florida, right outside of Tampa now. And my offense was I had a 1989 driving without owner's consent, and 2002 and 2003 I had dwelling/burglary, and I was on probation. I violated, and I got 4 years in prison. After prison, I got out in 2013 and obtained my CDL, and I've been driving ever since. I started my own trucking business, and now currently I work for a company. I deliver mail now down in Tampa with a company called Houghton Trucking Lines, and because the economy went bad, so I had to park my truck, and then because I bought my own truck, I have my own authority now, I have my own business and everything. And because me having to shut down, so now I'm a company driver now, and I drive truck every day, and that's what I've been doing ever since I've been released.
Thank you, Mr. Banks. Questions from the board? Mr. Banks, just one from me. You have a federal felony as well, I believe, for bankruptcy fraud. Is that right?
No, what it was actually that was something. I had a property management company at the time when I was incarcerated. I had a property management company. I had a couple $1 million worth of real estate. I rehab houses and stuff, and I still do that on the side. And the mortgage company did some fraudulent paperwork, and my charge was knowingly made a false proceeding in a bankruptcy. But as far as the making entering false information on the loan application. That was my mistake, and right now I'm in the works. I'm in the process of now with them now to get that removed off of me.
Okay, so you're seeking a pardon for that or appealing it?
I'm just doing the paperwork for it now, so far as appealing it.
Appealing it, like through the court system, not seeking a pardon. Is that right?
No, I'm going to seek a pardon through the president.
see.
There has to be a
Okay.
presidential pardon.
And
Yes.
you understand that until and unless you get a federal pardon, that a pardon from the state of Wisconsin might not restore all your rights.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
Other questions
Fully
from the
agree with
board?
that.
All right, I think that covers it from us then, Mr. Banks. Appreciate your time, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Okay. Thank you much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Next up, we have Anthony Moss. Mr. Moss.
Hello, how are you guys doing today?
Excellent, thank you.
Yes. Well, my name is Anthony Moss, and I take full responsibility for the dumb decisions that I made in the earlier part of my life. That wasn't the only mistake that I made with the fleeing that I'm here for the state. I also have a federal felony, which after this, depending on how well this goes, I'll be pursuing that as well. Just being young, being dumb, hanging with the wrong people, being influenced by the wrong crowd. There's no excuse for it. Like I said, I take full responsibility for it. And from there, I really completely changed my life after I caught the next charge the next year, the federal case, right? So I got incarcerated there. As you guys know, everything in Oxford that they offered, any program, any certification, I took it successfully. No incidents in prison except for one. That was through another gentleman. After that, I was released. I started out working at a car lot. From there, I started catering. From there, I opened my own construction company. I own a car dealership, and I own a trucking company, and I have a healthcare business now where I employ 70 people just through the healthcare business. It's probably 7 people through the trucking company. So I just apologize for you guys even have to go through this with me, but I'm ecstatic to even be here. I'm overjoyed, and I'm seeking to try to get a pardon.
Thank you, Mr. Moss. Questions from the board? Officer Lewis.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, young lady.
Thank you. Can you talk about the crime itself? What happened, what that entailed, what your role was?
Just fleeing from the police, doing illegal things. I can't really remember too much about it because it's been 30 years, right? But it just was dumb. I think at the time I was selling drugs then, just as I was selling drugs in 1996. And being dumb, eluding the police, putting the police on a police chase, which I shouldn't have done because it could have harmed other people, just through the grace of God that it didn't. And that's really what I really remember about that case. The fleeing was just me running from the police because I think we were selling drugs and I had drugs in the car, so yes, ma'am. But, throughout that incarceration, when the federal incarceration, like I said, I took values, PMA, positive mental attitude. I took parenting classes. I took everything that they offered on that compound. You guys got all the certificates. What did I take? 50 programs through those people. I took my culinary degree. I was released probably 3 months before receiving the degree for my culinary. So after that, I knew exactly what I wanted to do in real estate. As you see, that's what I do. I do residential building and commercial building as well as I sell cars, trucks, and then I have a trucking company, which, I deliver everybody's goods to them. So
Thank you,
yeah.
sir.
Other questions from the board? Cindy?
Mr. Moss, when did you complete your federal sentence?
2003 of October when I was released from there. Then I did 5 years of paper, no problems, no incidents. And if you look me up, guys, I've been a model citizen ever since, because the embarrassment that I brought to my parents and my grandparents was overwhelming for me. The things that they afforded me, talked to me about, and who they are. My mom, my dad, my grandparents, my aunts, my uncles, none of them have no record, no nothing. The criminal activity didn't start until me and my cousins, which, like I said, I had a long time to sit and think about this and the embarrassment that it brought me, right? So then, man, I didn't want to cry. I didn't want to do this. And I'm seeking this pardon, guys, because I wanted to, first of all, it stops me from getting a lot of federal funding for my construction company. It stops me also with the construction company and the car dealership. But the main thing that I want to do, and I didn't want to do this, I want to do public speaking, which this felony stops me. My youngest son killed my dad 2 years ago. And I want to
Take your time,
just
Mr. Moss.
be able to really just talk to youth and talk to other people so that they don't feel the pain that I feel, that I go through on a daily. I've been a model citizen for my children and my parents, like I said, ever since this stuff happened. But the dagger with my dad, that kid shot my dad in the head and burnt him up. You know, I don't hate him. I don't hate his mom or sister, his brother. They all were in on it. I just want to make a change. I want to make a change. I want to be a pillar in my community.
Well, I'm very sorry to hear about that tragedy in your family, Mr. Moss. We'll give you a second here.
Okay.
I do want to bring to your attention, and you probably know this, but the district attorney reviewed your application for the
Yes.
pardon and supports
Yes.
it. Now, you know, Governor Evers is going to make that final decision, but
Yes,
any
yes, ma'am.
reaction to the support from the DA's office?
It's part of why my tears are here. It's great to have someone finally understand the change and the difference that I am for when I was a kid. You know, throughout prison and all that, I was told you'll never be nothing. But that ain't the case today. You know, I own 10 homes. I live in 2 different states. I have a beautiful wife. You know, it was a hard road. I went through a divorce, my mother having cancer, and my dad being killed at the same time. As you guys see, you wouldn't know it if I didn't tell you. You can't see it in my actions. I don't feel like it. I don't think like it. And I definitely don't act like it. So, this is my story.
Thank you.
Mr. Moss, just one question from me. I see there are a couple of civil judgments. I'm guessing those are related to your business.
Yes.
But to your knowledge, are you current on your taxes?
Oh, absolutely. I'm on a payment plan right now. Me and my wife, you know, we make a lot and we do a lot. So it's just a little hard sometimes to just cover everything, you know, but I'm never late on anything. I'll show you my credit report. It has a 100% paying history. I'm serious about that, you know, and
Okay.
yes.
Sorry, I just want to clarify because you said you're paying on it, and I just want to make sure that I'm clear if you're talking about like making quarterly payments on your taxes versus I see a 2025 tax warrant, and I'm just wondering if that is you.
No, I shouldn't have a tax warrant. And if I do, I'm nowhere near no knowledge of it. It shouldn't be. I just, we pay it every month. She pays some and I pay some every month on it. And I go downtown on 6th Street here to that one the state building to pay it. So I have no knowledge on that, but I definitely will look into it to make sure it's me, or if it's because I have a cousin with the same name. I have a son with the exact name. There's quite a few people with that name.
Okay, yeah,
So
and of course, we don't
I'll
have
check into it though, definitely.
sounds good. Yeah, we don't have a date of birth on this particular
Yeah.
record, so
Okay.
that's why I
Okay.
asked.
Okay. Yes. No, ma'am. I am serious about all that stuff.
Any other questions from the board? All right, thank you, Mr. Moss. Appreciate your time today.
All right.
I hope you enjoy your weekend.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Next up, we have Ellen Kletzman. Ms. Kletzman?
You're gonna be great.
Unmute. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. We can't see you quite yet. Are you able to turn on
Okay.
your video?
I'm trying.
Okay.
Oh, come on. Start my video. There we are.
Perfect.
Okay. Good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity. In 1984, I was involved in a car accident, and I was given an opiate for the pain. I liked the euphoria of the drug. It helped me to rise above a bad marriage, having 3 children in 3 years, and low self-esteem from an abusive childhood. I was also raped at age 15. Depression crept into my life, partly due to my addiction and partly due to some of just life's hardships. I got a job as an in-home nursing assistant and found numerous opportunities to take medications from my patients. I was eventually caught, I confessed, and I was given probation, which I completed sometime in the early 90s. In 1995, I got clean, really clean. And 40 days later, a lady got killed passing my car. She got hit head on right next to me. She died. And I developed survivor guilt. 5 weeks later, her husband shot himself. So I got another good dose of it. And I developed PTSD from it too. I struggled to afford therapy and psych meds for the PTSD and the depression throughout the years. And my addiction ran rampant as I fed that beast. I continued on this path for years, intermittently attempting suicide and sobriety. I quit drinking in 2002. I finally got caught again in 2010, and I was arrested for stealing 8 Vicodin from a friend. I confessed, and I was sentenced to 60 days in jail with probation, I believe, for 3 years. While I was in jail, I helped several other women write letters to their lawyers and the judges that were seeing their cases. They called me the professor. Here is where I really got clean for good. That 60 days made me forced me to see it. By now, I had divorced my first husband and married a farmer. He introduced me to Jesus, and together he and I began to heal my old wounds. It would take 10 more years to undo that damage. We joined a church and became elders. In 2020, our pastor retired, leaving us with no leadership, and I stepped into that role. I organized a rotation of pastors to preach every week and took over the day-to-day operations myself. I began to write sermons and preach when another pastor couldn't be found, and at Lenten services in other community churches. Our church is part of an ecumenical association, and I'm very active in our commingled efforts to serve the public and our congregations. Now, down to why I wish to be pardoned. I may cry. I have been encouraged by other pastors to enter seminary and become a fully vested pastor. I've even had an offer of sponsorship from one pastor. I would also like to volunteer with an after-school program for low-income kids and families. And I would like to volunteer at my grandchildren's schools. Both of these things I'm barred from doing right now. I may choose to run for school board in the future too. My life is full and I'm grateful for what I have. But these felony convictions hamper my furthering to serve my family and my community. I'm clean and sober, and we farm daily. Hard work, but good, clean living. Thank you for your time, and God bless you.
Thank you, Ms. Klutzman. Board members, questions? Officer Lewis.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Just a quick question. Does having felony convictions prevent you from going into, from becoming like a full-fledged pastor, as you put it?
I don't know that it will, but it would be a lot easier if I didn't have to bring it up.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? All right. Thank you, Ms. Klutzman. Appreciate your time, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you. Thank every one of you.
Thank you. And next up is Sean Halter. Mr. Halter. Mr. Halter, are you able to hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. And there's your video. There you go.
Yep, there I am. Well, good afternoon, Pardon Advisory Board. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to be heard here today. I'm ready to respectfully request consideration for a pardon for my felony conviction I incurred 25 years ago. I take full responsibility for my actions and poor decisions I made at that time. I deeply regret my past and the impact it had, and I've spent the years since committed to living life that reflects accountability, integrity, and growth. On the night of April 22nd, 2000, I made an incredibly selfish and dangerous decision. I chose to flee from law enforcement, putting not only the officers' lives at risk, but also the lives of innocent people on the road. I was young and exercised extremely poor judgment. This is something I carry with me every day, and if I could take it back that night, I would, without hesitation, I would. As a result of my actions, I received 6 months jail, followed by 3 years of probation. After completing both my sentence and probation, I also successfully completed a 12-step AA program, which helped me reflect, grow, and take accountability for my choices. Over the past 25 years, I've worked hard to build a stable, honest, meaningful life. I attended Gateway Technical College, earned a welding certificate, went on to work as a lead welder for Bucyrus International, including traveling to India to help build drag lines at mining sites, and later worked for Caterpillar Global Mining as a lead welder. After more than 10 years in the workforce, I made a decision to start my own business. For the past 14 years, I own and operate a landscape company, which continues to grow each year. Through this work, I've supported my family, created jobs, and contributed positively to my community. Family is my foundation of my life and driving force behind my commitment to change. My wife and I have been married for 23 years, and together we raised 4 wonderful children. 2 oldest sons have graduated from college. Our daughter will be, I get emotional when I talk about my kids. She'll be attending Iowa State this fall. And our youngest, who is 8, is just enjoying life. Providing a stable and supportive home for my children has been one of my greatest accomplishments. We live on a farm in Waterford. Where we raise and show hogs as a family. This experience has taught our children responsibility, discipline, and the value of hard work. We travel across the United States participating in shows, which has allowed us to spend meaningful time together while being a part of a positive, supportive community. Since my conviction, I remain a law-abiding, dedicated, and being a responsible citizen, business owner, husband, and father. While my past mistake does not reflect who I am today, it continues to limit opportunities for me and my family. A pardon would recognize the life I have built and the person I've become. I respectfully ask you to consider my request in the light of the time that has passed. My demonstrated rehabilitation and my ongoing commitment to contributing positively to society. Thank you for your time, consideration, and understanding. Just thank you, all of you.
Thank you, Mr. Halter. We'll open up to questions from the board. Cindy?
Yeah, just a comment, Mr. Halter. We see quite a few fleeing and eluding cases, including today. You are one of many, but I was very appreciative of how both in your application and again today here before us, you spoke about and recognized the danger you put both the officers and in the community. And I just think it's really important. And I appreciated you recognizing that and speaking to that. So just an observation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Officer Lewis?
Good afternoon, and I echo that same sentiment as well. I've personally seen lots of crashes that have resulted after fleeing, eluding traffic stops.
No, absolutely.
And the speeds and everything are detrimental. But
yes.
So thank you for acknowledging that. The OWI in 2007, are you sober since then?
I've been sober since then, yes, correct.
Okay. And it looks like you completed a 12-step program as well?
Correct.
Okay. And are you still working that program, or how are you maintaining your sobriety?
I'm not working that right now. We've been so busy and everything else. It's just one of my things where it's something I had to grow out of.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, I don't think anybody ever would. I mean, I just don't really need it right now. It's just my family's my number one, and that's just the way we do it. So.
But sober from alcohol since 2007.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yep. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Halter? All right. Thank you, Mr. Halter. Appreciate your time, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Yeah, you too. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have D'Anthony Walker. Mr. Walker?
Good afternoon. My name is D'Anthony Walker, and I'm a 34-year-old resident of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I am here before the Pardon Committee to respectfully request a pardon for my felony conviction. I understand the seriousness of my past actions, and I would like to take responsibility to express sincere remorse and share the progress I have made as a contributing member of society. On June 27, 2010, I was driving a stolen vehicle in Milwaukee. When the officer attempted to pull me over, I initially pulled to the side of the road, but instead of stopping completely, I sped off, ran the stop sign, and caused damage to the car I was driving, as well as other parked vehicles. I then exited the vehicle and fled on foot before being apprehended and arrested. At the time, I did not consider the long-term consequences of my actions or the magnitude of the harm I caused. Reflecting on that day, I fully recognized the danger I posed to the public, my passenger, the arresting officer, and myself. My actions could have resulted in serious injury or death, and I am deeply sorry for the hardship I caused. There is no excuse for what I've done. I was sentenced to 24 months in prison, followed by 1 year and 6 months of extended supervision. During my incarceration, I completed my high school equivalency diploma. After my release in December 2012, I continued to struggle with making good decisions. In August 2013, I violated the terms of my supervision by driving a vehicle that was occupied by passengers in the possession of a firearm, and my supervision was revoked. I returned to prison for 1 year and completed an additional 6 months of supervision. This experience became the turning point of my life. After my release in 2014, I made a firm commitment to change. I successfully completed all terms of my sentence, including restitution. It was fully discharged in February 2015. With that commitment, I continued my education, earning a truck driving technical diploma in 2018, a certified nursing assistant certification in 2019, an automotive license certificate in 2023, and a 2-year technical diploma in applied science in 2024. In 2019, I also connected with Project Return, a community organization that helps provide, a community organization that helps individuals who have experienced incarceration successfully return to the community. Through this program, I was able to access job resources and support during my transition. Over the years, I have maintained consistent employment, working as a personal care worker for several years, later as a CNA in healthcare settings, and I am currently employed as an automotive technician. Beyond my personal life, beyond my professional life, I have strived to be a positive role model for my children and a supportive partner to my fiance. When I was not in school working, I cared for my 2 children full-time to allow my fiance to pursue her education and career. Being a father and a partner has been the most impactful experience in shaping my character and has reinforced my commitment to living a responsible and meaningful life. I am requesting this pardon because despite my best efforts, I have faced barriers to be stable and to find well-paying employment due to my record. For example, after attaining my CDL, a job offer with a local bus company was rescinded when my background was reviewed. With my CNA certification, I hope to pursue a nursing degree, but I was advised not to apply because I would likely not be hireable due to my felony. I also had a CNA job offer rescinded after my background check. After earning the degree in applied science, I applied to car part stores to gain experience, and on 2 occasions, offers were rescinded due to my felony status. I want to turn my education and training into a long-term, stable career that provides a livable income for my family. I believe a pardon will allow me to fully pursue those opportunities and provide a stable and secure future for my family. As a father, I want to teach my children the value of accountability, perseverance, and second chances. Since August 15th, 2014, my life has been defined by continuous self-improvement and a commitment to being a positive member of society. I strive each day to be better than I strive each day to be better than I strive each day to be better than I was the day before. I believe my actions demonstrate my recovery and my commitment to living a lawful and productive life. Thank you for considering my application and the opportunity to speak with you today.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. We'll open it up to questions from the board. Officer Lewis.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
In your application, question 7 asks for disclosure of any other interactions with law enforcement, charges that have been dismissed, or where you've been the subject of any criminal investigations. And you indicated that no, that wasn't applicable to you, but I'm seeing in 2013 a firearms charge of some sort, and then a referral for charges related to child abuse in 2017.
In 2013, that was when I got revocated, when I just read in my letter.
Gotcha. Okay.
I was driving with that. That's that one. In 2017, honestly, I didn't get charged with anything. I didn't get, no new cases, and it was such a long time ago. I kind of just forgot. Like it kind of really slipped my mind. That's what.
2017 slipped your mind, that incident?
Yeah, because I didn't get charged with anything
Mhm.
or anything like that. So
Right.
yeah.
I mean, the application very clearly asks applicants for to disclose any other interactions with law enforcement, charges that were dismissed, or instances where you had been the subject of an investigation. So I'm assuming that at some point you were the subject of some investigation related to a child abuse case.
In 20 you said what you say?
Is that correct? In 2017?
In 2017, I had full placement of my daughter, and my baby mother, yeah, called the police on me.
So tell me about that.
When I got out the first time from 2014, my my first baby mother wasn't stable. I took her to court, and I won full placement of my daughter. And I was immature, and she was immature at the time. And when I won my daughter in court, she was very upset. She told me she was gonna find any way to hurt me. And with that incident, I had full placement of my daughter. So I didn't have to let my daughter go with her on the weekends if it was up to me. So if I did hit her, why would I let her go with you for that weekend? It didn't make no sense to me. But they came to my house like around like 6, 7 o'clock, didn't ask me no questions, locked me up. I was incarcerated for about, I think, maybe a weekend. And that was pretty much it of it. And after that, I think the court took the placement right from me, and I didn't see my daughter for like 5 years. She took her from me. So I just got back in touch with my oldest daughter.
Okay. I mean, that's a lot of pretty impactful things to just forget about, right? Like, I don't understand how somebody could forget about.
It wasn't, I'm sorry, it wasn't like a forget. It was like when I looked up on CCAP, all my stuff that it didn't show up on CCAP. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
It wasn't like I didn't get in trouble for it. It was a lie. She lied on me, but it wasn't like I forgot about it. It's more of I looked up when I looked up on CCAP, it didn't nothing of the sort
How
showed
is
up.
your relationship with that child and with that child's mother now?
Well, like I said, she illegally left the state for 5 years. She was in Mississippi. She called me one summer. It was like, hey, you want to see your daughter? We were in Mississippi. That was about 3 or 4 years ago. And I said, yeah, I went to go get her. And whenever she's not in the mood or tude, she lets her come over for the weekend.
Okay. So they no longer live in Mississippi then?
No.
Okay. So is it a functional relationship that you have with the mother of that child and
my mother communicates with her at all times. I don't want to deal with her. I don't want to talk to her because I don't want her to damage my life again, obviously like she did in 2017 over a lie. So I don't
How
talk
old is
to her.
that child now?
Huh?
How
She's
old is
15
your daughter?
now.
I'm sorry, 15?
She's 15.
Okay. How is your relationship with her now?
Well, she's great. She comes over, like she calls. She doesn't have a phone, whatever yet. But when she's able to come over, she comes over, play the game, play Fortnite. I'm actually in the process of teaching her how to draw a stick. So we does that together, and she's pretty much of a gamer. That's it.
Okay. Drive a stick. That's a lost skill. All right.
Yeah, it is. That's what I'm trying to teach her how to do it.
Thank you.
Good.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Walker. As with the previous candidate, I appreciated your recognition for understanding the impact of your crime on public safety and the
Yeah.
people chasing you. So thank you for that. You have all these, CNA, CDL, you have all these things. And if you were to be granted a pardon, what do you think you'd pursue? What would be your dream to pursue?
Probably nursing.
Yeah.
My mother been a nurse for about over 20 years. I got aunties in the nursing field. I like it. I worked at a nursing home, and from being in a nursing home, they need good help. They don't treat older people how they need to be treated. There's a lot of people that's in nursing homes that's suffering, especially like older people. It's a travesty. So that was probably what I would do, to become a boss so I can put the structure into the nursing home. You know what I mean? Because nurses is the one who dictate and decide how things move in nursing home. So I would like to do that.
Very good. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Walker? All right. Thank you, Mr. Walker. I appreciate your time today, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Or you too.
Thank you. And our last applicant this afternoon is Clinton Ryzek. Mr. Ryzek.
Hello, good afternoon.
Hello.
My name is Clinton Ryzek, and I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to appear before this board today. In 2015, on 12/18/2015, I was charged with a Class H felony bail jumping. At that time, I was in the grip of a serious drug addiction that was controlling every decision I made. That addiction was the root cause of my offense, and I take full responsibility for it. I'm not here to make excuses. I'm here to be honest about who I was and to show you who I am today. After hitting rock bottom, I made the decision to enter Adult Teen Challenge. I started the program in Muskegon, Michigan, and completed it in Milwaukee after 13 months. It was one of the hardest things I've ever done in my life, and it gave me the foundation to rebuild my life completely. Since completing that program, I have remained completely sober. I have been a law-abiding citizen every single day. I married the love of my life, and together we are raising our children. I have repaired every relationship that my addiction damaged. Our family attends Celebration Church in Green Bay, which has been a cornerstone of our lives and our continued growth. Over the past 2 years, I have coached Little League baseball for both my son and daughter's baseball teams. And my wife and I actively volunteer for events in our community. These are not just activities, they reflect the person I have worked hard to become. I have also built a career as an electrician. I am currently an apprentice with IBEW Local 158, and I am proud of the work I have put into this trade. Obtaining my apprentice electrical license was not easy given my past. It was a difficult process, and my record created real obstacles along the way. I am now preparing to take my master electrician exam, and I am genuinely concerned that my past will once again stand in the way of obtaining that license. A pardon would give me the confidence and the clear path forward I need to see that dream through. I take my sobriety seriously and continue working at it every day. I also can't work at certain job sites through our union due to my past. And why I believe I should receive a pardon is I'm requesting this pardon for 2 deeply personal reasons. First, when I pass my master's electrician exam, I want to open my own electrical business with my dad. I am currently an apprentice, and obtaining my license was a struggle. Oh, hold on, sorry. I'm afraid without a pardon that my record will prevent me from obtaining my master's license altogether. I want to create jobs, serve my community, and build something lasting for my family. A pardon would remove that barrier and allow me to finally pursue that dream. Second, as a father, I want to teach my children the safe and responsible use of firearms. I want to take my son hunting and provide food on the table and pass down those values that my dad taught me. I want to be able to protect my family if I ever needed to, and my record currently prevents me from doing these things legally, and that matters deeply to me as a father. I have done everything I know how to do to make things right. I completed Teen Challenge. I stayed sober. I had my record expunged. I had spent 10 years being the man, the husband, and the father I have always wanted to be. And this pardon is the final step for me. I humbly ask this board to recommend a pardon so I can fully move forward for my family, for my community, and for myself.
Thank you, Mr. Isaac. Questions from the board? Cindy.
Yeah. Good afternoon. Thanks for your patience. Someone has to be last, right? So,
Yep.
Congratulations on your sobriety.
Thank you.
And you may be aware of this, but the judge who reviewed your application for a pardon supports your application. Now, you know the governor is going to make the final decision, but can you reflect on what that district attorney support might mean for you?
Yes, Michael Judge. He said that I was the first person in Oconto County to complete Teen Challenge. It's a very, very difficult program. I've seen more people drop out there than I've seen people actually complete the program.
Interesting.
It was the hardest thing I've ever did in my life, was getting sober. It was soul crushing. I was living in my car. My wife, who was then my girlfriend, kicked me out. My son was 2 years old. My family wanted nothing to do with me, and I actually I had a charge read in that was stemmed originally. It was a burglary dwelling, and I ended up getting the charges that read in during my court case, and I was charged with the felony bail jumping. And yeah, since I went to turn myself into the Oconto County jailhouse, and they actually offered me to go back out, and I said I need to be here because I would relapse. I was that serious of a drug addiction, and I'm actually very grateful that Michael Judge gave me the opportunity to go to treatment, and I'm very grateful for him, honestly, and I'm thankful.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? All right, Mr. Isaac, I don't think I have any for you, so thank you so much for your time, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Too.
All right, Mr. Isaac was our last applicant of the afternoon session, so at this time I will entertain a motion to move the board into closed session pursuant to Wisconsin statute section 19.85 sub 1 sub a sub d and sub f for purposes of deliberations concerning specific cases before the board, for purposes of considering specific applications, specific financial, medical, social, and or personal histories of specific persons. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Cindy, do I have a second?
Second.
Officer Lewis, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed. Motion carries. Board members, please just give us a moment to get our live stream shut off.